Hi everyone, I am super excited to share with you that I am starting a new playlist dedicated to test automation with Python. In this playlist, we will go step by step covering everything that you need to master test automation using Python. We will start with fundamentals of Python to make sure that you have a strong grasp of language before diving into the topic of test automation. Here is what we will cover. Let us go to the course overview. So we will start with basics of Python programming. We will try to understand the overview of Python and how to install Python on your machine, how to install and setting up an IDE for Python, and we will start with writing our first program. Okay. After that, we will go a little bit detail into Python programming. We will start with the variables and data types, the operators and expressions, the command line parameters, the reading and input from the keyboard. Then we'll deep dive into the control structures like the if, else statements, that is conditional statement. Then we'll go to the loops, different kinds of loops, for loops, while loops, things like that. And also we will explore the range functions. Then we will try to understand the Python data structures with the list, tuples, directories and sets, and examples how to work with them, and different kind of operations that we'll try to do with them. Then we will try to understand working with file, like opening a file, reading a file, reading a text file, reading a binary files and things like that. Then we will go into the functions, the syntax of the function, the functions with the parameters, functions with the return values, and different types of parameters like args, kw args and things like that. And then we will go into the error handling and exceptions and error handling in case of Python. Then we will try to understand the modules and packages, importing and creating a modules using the packages and things like that. Finally, we will go into the OOPS concept, that is the object oriented programming in Python using the classes and objects, inheritance, polymorphism, encapsulation and abstract, different kinds of the properties of object oriented programming with Python. Once we are comfortable with Python programming, we will move on to the PyTest, a widely used test automation framework. We try to explore the basics of PyTest, writing and organizing the test cases, and creating a parameterized test using the fixtures for setup and teardown and for other operations. After mastering PyTest, we will dive into the real-world automation scenarios, including the web UI testing, automating the browser interactions with Python and Selenium, API testing, validating the RESTful APIs and the SOAP services using the Python and the request libraries. We'll also dive into the database testing, ensuring the data integrity. Then finally, we will cover behavioral driven development, that is BDD, using Behave, writing the test in a normal language or a natural language or in English like languages. In today's video, we will take a quick overview of Python. We will cover what Python is, its key features, where it is used, and its application. Plus, we will walk you through the installation of Python and PyCharm IDE. As part of this series, I have created a detailed HTML tutorial page for you to refer to. I will include the link in the description below. Let's take a few seconds to understand what Python is. By the definition, Python is a high-level interpreted programming language. It is known for its simplicity, readability, and versatility. It is widely used in data science and AI, including the web development and automation as well. Let us try to understand the terminologies like high-level and interpreted programming language in detail. A high-level programming language is designed to be closer to human rather than to the machine, making it easier to read, write, and understand. In the earlier days of computing, the programs were written directly using binaries, zeros and ones, which was complex and difficult to manage. Later, assembly language was introduced, allowing the programmer to use the keywords and commands rather than writing a program using zeros and ones. However, assembly was still closely tied to the hardware, requiring manual memory management. After this, the language like C came into picture, which acted as a bridge between low level and high level programming. While it allowed the developers to write a code in a more human readable way, the memory management and hardware interactions were still programmers' responsibility. With the introduction of high-level languages like Java, Perl, C# and Python, programming became more flexible and efficient. These languages abstract away many hardware complexities, allowing the developers to solely focus on logic and functionality rather than low-level system details. Python is an interpreted language, meaning it executes the code line by line rather than compiling the entire program into binary before execution. This is the opposite of languages like Java and C#, where the code is first compiled into machine code and then executed later. There are certain advantages and disadvantages with interpreted language. Let us try to understand them one by one. From the advantages front, the first one is an immediate execution. The interpreted languages execute the code line by line, allowing for intermediate feedback. Second one is the platform independence. These languages are cross-platform, meaning that the same code can run on a different operating system without the recompilation. Third one is easier to debug. Since interpreter executes the code line by line, the errors are detected at runtime, making it easier to pinpoint the exact issue. From the disadvantages perspective, they cannot be used for high performance applications like gaming engines, system softwares, etc. In such cases, you need to use the compilers. Second one is the memory efficiency is less in case of interpreter, since the compiled code can be optimized further. The third one is a security issue. The compiled code is security sensitive, where the compiled code is harder to reverse engineer, whereas the interpreted code can be easily reverse engineered. Another key feature of Python is the indentation. Python enforces the indentation, that is the white spaces at the beginning of the line, to define the code blocks. Okay. In case of the languages like C and Java, we use the flower bucket to define the code block. For example, if you are writing a function and after the function definition, you use the flower buckets to define the block of the code. Okay. This makes the Python code more readable and clean. If the indentation is incorrect, the Python will throw an indentation error. Now let us try to understand the key features that make Python very powerful. First one is it is simple and readable syntax. Python syntax is designed to be easy to read and write. Okay, it resembles the natural language like English, making it beginner friendly. So if you can see here, we are writing a small block of code where we are defining a variable name as a string Alice, and we are trying to print a code. So this is resembles like in simple English, right? It is very readable, very clean, and it has written in a simple English. The second feature is Python is an interpreted language. So we have covered this topic already, so I am not going to discuss it again. The variables in Python are dynamically typed, meaning that you need not have to specifically specify the variable types as integer or string. In case of programming languages like C and Java, you have to specify the type of the variable as a number or as a decimal or as a string. This basically tells what kind of value that this variable is going to hold and store in the memory. If you see in this example, I am assigning x with the value 10, making x as an integer. Similarly, y I am assigning the value as a hello, making the variable y as a string. Whereas z I am assigning the value as a float, making the variable z as a float. Python is a cross-platform language. We already discussed about this. So Python runs on Windows, Mac, Linux, even on a small embedded systems, embedded products, right? So you can write a code once and run it anywhere without any modification. Python supports both the object-oriented and functional programming. So it supports object-oriented programming with the help of classes and objects. We are going to discuss object-oriented programming in detail later in this series. And it also supports the functional programming using lambda functions and higher order functions. One of the key aspects why Python is so famous is because of extensive library supports. It supports a lot of standard libraries. Python comes with rich set of built-in libraries for file handling, mathematical operation, web development, data science, machine learning, and etc. etc. In the era of AI and generative AI, Python programming plays a very important role. Open source and community support. Python is an open source. It's free to use and also has one of the largest programming communities, making it easy to find help. Python supports multi-paradigm programming. Python allows procedural programming, that is writing a functions, object-oriented programming using the classes and the objects, and the functional programming using the lambda functions. This flexibility makes it suitable for various types of application. Automatic memory management. Python handles memory allocation and garbage collection automatically. So the programmer need not have to worry about it. No need to manually manage the memory, unlike in the programming languages like C and C++. Python supports the development of graphical user interface with the libraries like TK, which is an built-in GUI framework within Python. PyQt, it is for advanced graphical user interface development, and KIVY, which is used for mobile applications. Where exactly the Python is used? Let us go and check that. Python is used in web development like Django and Flask. It is used for AI and machine learning. The TensorFlow, PyTorch are some of the libraries that are available. It is used for data science using the pandas, NumPy and Matplotlib. It is used for test automation using the Selenium, request libraries and database libraries. It is used in the development of mobile application using KIVY libraries. It is used for the game development using Pygame. It is also used in network and cyber security using this SCAPI, the SCAPI libraries. These are the different areas where Python is used. I have listed only few. There are a lot of areas where Python can be used. That was about the overview of Python. Now let us start installing the Python. Let us go to the setup section and you can follow these instructions how to install the Python. So in order to install the Python, you will have to download the Python. So you can download the Python from the official website. Now the download is complete. You can see the exe is downloaded into my downloads folder. Now double click on this exe and it is asking for the default installation. That means it will be installed onto your default path or the customized installation. I will select the default installation. I will also click on this, add the Python exe to the path variable. So it automatically set my path variable. Let us see once the installation is complete. I'll click on this. It starts installing. Now the installation is successful. Now just close this dialog. Now let us bring in the environment variable dialog. Let's just type environment. This will bring out the control panel. Click on this. So now we have the system properties, under which click on the environment variables. Okay, and go to path and double click on this. You can see you have the two paths here. One is for the Python scripts path and another one is where the Python exe is available. Okay, so it is automatically added to my environment path variable. Let us close this and and let us go to the path where the Python is installed, and in this path you can see Python exe. And additionally there was also a scripts folder that got added. The script folder, basically when we add an additional libraries, for example maybe Selenium or the request library, this will come and resides inside the script folder. Okay, so that is why it is important to add the two paths, that is up to the Python path where we can find the python.exe, that is up to Python 3.1.3, and another one is up to the scripts. These two paths has to be added into the path variable. Now your Python is ready to use. Now let us bring the command prompt and type Python -- version. This will show the version of the Python that is installed on our machine. In my case, I have installed 3.13.2. This indicates that the installation is successful, as well as the setup and configuration is also done correctly. Now let us go and install an IDE to work with Python. There are many IDEs that are available in the market to work with Python, like VS Code, PyCharm, the Jupyter Notebook, Spider, etc. But I prefer PyCharm, which is the best one to use. Let us click this link to understand the steps that are needed to install the PyCharm. So PyCharm is available in two versions. One is an community edition, another one is an enterprise edition. The community edition is free to use, and for this tutorial it is sufficient. So we will go and install the community version of PyCharm. For that I will have to go to the official website of PyCharm. PyCharm is basically from JetBrains. So if you scroll down, see, if you see here, it is an enterprise edition, which is also called as a professional edition, and which is a paid one. And if you can come down, there is also an community edition. So you can click here to download the binaries. So let us click here. So it asks for exe Windows ARM 64 or just an exe. In my case it is just an exe. So the download is started. If you see, download is started, and it is a big file, and it will take some time to complete the download. Let us wait till the download is completed. Now the download is complete. Let us go and double click on this exe and follow the steps to complete the installation. Click on next. It will basically ask you the path where it needs to install, and I will not change this path. I will give the default path and create an association. For a time being, I basically will not select anything, otherwise I can also select for the py files. Let us do this. Or yeah, this is important to add the path of the PyCharm into the path variable. Click on next. Yes, install. It will take some time to complete the installation. Till that time I am going to pause the video. Once the installation is done, we will resume back. Now the installation is completed. Either you can reboot now, or you can select I want to manually reboot later. I will select this option and I will just finish this. Now let us go and open the PyCharm by typing PyCharm, and you can see here the PyCharm version 2024 3.2. Click on this. And for the first time you can see this screen, welcome to PyCharm. And since we don't have any scripts yet, so this shows the default screen, and here there is a setting button. click on the settings, again click on settings, under which you can see a Python interpreter. So this is the path where you need to configure the Python interpreter. By default it shows no interpreter, and before configuring the interpreter we need to know the path where the Python is installed. This can be easily done by bringing the environment variable panel, and under environment variable you can see under path you can find the path where the Python is installed. Let us copy this and then click on add interpreter, add local interpreter, and then you can click on the select existing. Here you can give the path. You can give the path where the Python is installed, and you can select this one, python.exe, under this path, and click OK, and then click OK. It takes some time to configure. Let's give that time. I'll pause the video for a moment till this section is completed, till the configuration is completed. Once the configuration is done, that particular dialog will disappear, and under the interpreter you can see the new interpreter being added, and just click on this and then click on OK. Now your Python IDE, that is PyCharm, is ready to use, and you can already either you can go and create a new project, or you can open already existing folder. For this experiment, what I have done, I have already created a folder called as demo. Let us go and open this folder. And every time when you try to open a project or create a project, it by default it asks for the first time you want to trust this folder or not. You can give yes, trust this folder. Now the PyCharm IDE open for you. Okay, and for the first time by default it writes a script for you, and default script looks something like this. And here it is the main code, and what it is doing is it is trying to call a function by name print hi, and if you go to this function print hi, you can see we are trying to print a name. Okay, whatever the name that you passed, you are trying to print here. Okay, for a time being it may look a little bit complex for you. Okay, in order to avoid that, what we can do, we can just delete everything, and whatever is here with the hash, this is a comment. This is a way how we can write a comment in Python, is using hash. Okay, so let us try to give a variable as name. As I told, it is dynamically typed. I need not have to specify the name is a string or not. So I will give the value as test troop. Then I'll try to print this value. The function to print is print function, and you'll have to use the parenthesis, and then you can pass name. Okay, and let us remove this breakpoint, and you can go here and click on this particular button, this play button, to run the script. Okay, these are all things we will learn in detail: how to debug a script, how to run a script, how to debug a script, how to go into a particular statement, how to watch particular variable, and all those things in upcoming session. This session is only for installing Python, configuring the PyCharm IDE, and running our first program. Okay, let us try to execute this. If you see here in the down, this is the console window where it is printed test true. In today's video, we are going to dive into an important concept in Python by name variables. In this video, we'll touch upon variables, understanding how to store and manage the data in Python, data types, exploring different types of data such as numbers, strings and booleans, typecasting, converting one data type into another one, and some string operation, exploring the string functions to manipulate the strings and to work with the strings. Let's get started. In any programming language, variables are the placeholders in the memory used to store the data. Each variable has a unique name, allowing us to save, retrieve and modify the stored data. For an analogy, you can think variable as a labeled jar. In this example, we have two jars. One is labeled as name, another one is labeled as age. Here the jar labeled as name stores the value test true, whereas the jar labeled as an age stores the number 35. So in order to retrieve the value test true, you have to use a label name. In order to retrieve the age value, which is 35, you have to use the label age. Here name and age represents the variable, whereas test true and 35 represents the value that is stored in these variables. So another key characteristics of the variable is that its value can be changed throughout the program execution, which is in contrast to the constants whose values remains constant throughout the program execution. For example, in case of mathematics, we use a symbol as a pi. The value of the pi cannot be changed at all. It is a fixed values. So this can be categorized as a constant whose value cannot be changed throughout the execution of the program. Whereas the value of the variable can be changed throughout the execution of the program. The area of circle is pi r square. The pi is a constant here, but r is changeable. If the value of the r changes, then the area is also changes. So if you store the area in a variable for a different values of r, the value of the area changes. So this indicates that the variable, the value that is stored in the variable can be changed throughout the execution of the program. Now let us try to understand what are data types. Data types are the types of data that are supported by the programming language. Python supports wide range of data types that are categorized into basic or primitive data type and advanced or non-primitive data types. Numbers, strings, boolean and none are part of basic primitive data types, and under numbers you can have the whole number, which is called as an integer, or an float, which is a decimal number. Let us try to understand the numbers in Python. Let's start with integer. I'll try to create a variable as number of people equals to 6. So number of peoples cannot be a decimal number, so it's an integer. I have assigned the whole number here. If you want to print that, you can use the keyword print and then you can give the variable name. Let us try to execute this program, and you see on the console you can see 6 here. Similarly, you can also define a float like the price of banana, that is equal to 2.5. Okay, it can be 2.5 euros, and now try to print it. And try to execute this, it should print 2.5. Okay, so the whole numbers are the integers and the decimals are called as float. And you can perform a lot of operations with the number, like when you add them, you can perform the division, you can perform the multiplication. All these things we will cover in the next session, where I will try to explain you about the operations. String is another basic data type used in Python. It is basically nothing but the sequence of characters. Okay, so in this example I have assigned the variable name with test true. Okay, with the value as a test true. Let us go and try. So here I am creating a variable called name of the channel. The value for it is a test row, which is basically a sequence of characters. So I can try to print name of channel. I will delete of this. It should print me the test row. And if I want to print only the first letter T, then I have to use the index, because it is a sequence of character. The index of the sequence starts with 0. So if I try to print name of the channel with the index is always put in the square bracket, and if you put it as 0, that will print the first character in the string. If you see, it printed T. If you want E, then you will have to give the index as 1. So this is how the string is stored in a memory. It is stored as a sequence of characters. So you can access each character with the help of the variable name with an index, along with the index. Remember that index is always starts with 0. A none type variable is a variable that has been assigned the value none, which represent the absence of a value or a null value. The null keyword in Python is a way of indicating nothing or no value. Okay, let us go and try to use this. I will copy here and I will remove this and use this. It is a built-in keyword in Python, none. That is why it is been highlighted with a color here. Okay, so let us try to use print statement and try to print the results. Let us try to execute this. You see, it has printed none. So it is a way in Python to indicate there is nothing or a null value. So these are the basic data types that are used in Python: numbers, strings, boolean, and none. Under numbers, you have integer and float. The advanced or a non-primitive data type that are supported in Python are the list. Lists are ordered, mutable collection of elements. Here each elements are enclosed within the square bracket separated by the commas, and it is an ordered list and it is also mutable. That means once you create it, you can change it at any time. Tuples are the ordered immutable collection of elements. Here each elements are enclosed within the brackets separated by the commas, and also it is an immutable. That means once you create the tuple, you cannot change its value. The range basically generates a sequence of number starting from the starting point to the end point. Here it will generate a number from 1 till 5. That is the last digit minus the 1. So you can also give in between, also give the separators. For example, if I tell from 2 to 8 with 2, then it will generate a number as 2, 4, 6, 8. So you can also add one more parameter in between that tells the steps basically. Sets are unordered unique collection of elements. These are similar to list, but they are unordered. But the difference between the list and set are these are the unique collection. So the list can have the duplicate values. I can write NL, IND, Germany, and again I can type NL here. But while try to print, it will print NL, IND, Germany, and NL. Whereas I can create a set with NL, IND, Germany, comma NL. But while I try to print a set, it will discard the duplicates. It will only print the unique values. So another type of data type that are supported is dictionary. Dictionary is basically a key value pair. It will have a key associated with an value. The first one is a key, then you have a colon, then it will have an values. So these are the different types of data types that are supported in Python. Python provides a special variable by the name type using which you can identify the type of given variable. Let us try to use this function. Let us try to create a few variables. For example, number equal to 10, then float number equals to 10.5, string variable equal to testing, then result equal to none. Now we'll try to use the function. I will try to print a type of a variable using the function type. Type takes one parameter, that is the variable name. Let us try to paste this. Here we use float number, you use string, and here we use result. Now let us try to execute this. You see, it basically prints the type of the variable. In the first case, it printed the class as an integer. For the second variable, it is a float. Third variable, it is a string, and fourth variable, it is of none type. This is how we can use this type function in order to identify the type of a given variable. In some cases, in a bigger program, there is a tendency that you forget the type of the variable. In such cases, if for a debugging purpose, if you want to understand the type of a given variable, you can use the type function. Let's focus on typecasting. Typecasting is a process of converting one data type into another. Let's try typecasting. I will take from this example, I will copy this. I will go to PyCharm. Here we have three variables, and if you see, x is a variable of type string because it is storing a number within a double quotes. If you put anything within double quotes, that is considered as string. And if you see, y is a decimal number, so it's a float, and z is again an string. So if you have a confusion and if you don't know the type of x, so for a normal eye, it looks like a number, but in reality, it is the 10 is enclosed within double quotes. It is a string. If you have a confusion, we can use the type function print, then type of x. Right? Let us try to execute this. If you see here, x is of type string. Okay. So in order to convert the string into integer, then you have to use a function called int. Okay. Let us try this. X as a number is equal to integer of x. This basically converts the 10 into a number which is a string here, right? So let us try to print number and also try to print type of number. So it's converted x into x number of type integer, and if you try to print the type, it is an integer. This is how you can convert a string, okay, which is basically carrying a number into an integer. Okay, similarly, you can also convert y. Directly we can give it as y here. So if you try to print, it will only print the whole number. It will omit the 0.8 because integer can hold only the full number, whole number. If you see, it holds only 2 and it is of type integer. And if you see here, z is a variable of type string, right? It is a variable of type string, but it is a sequence of characters, right? It's an array of characters. It does not contain any number inside. In such cases, if you try to convert this string into a number, it will throw an error, right? It will throw an error because it cannot find any number within this particular string. So it basically should show an error. If you see here, so there is a value error. It is telling that invalid literal for an int with the base 10. So it is always expecting something as a number. If you have something as a number that is of type string, then you can convert that back into an integer or into a float. If it is string is a sequence of characters other than the numbers, right? It is not of a type number. It is a purely carrying the other characters. Then basically you cannot convert a string into an integer or a float. It will basically throw you an error. Similarly, you can convert any string or any integer into a float. If you take x equal to 10.5, which is of type number, basically it stores a number, right? It converts into, when you try to typecast using the float, then it will try to print 10.5. Okay, so we can take this as an example, and you can come here. So let us so x as float, then you can use float of x, and then we can also print a type of x float. Yeah, it basically should print you 10.5 because even though it is a string, its string contains a decimal number, right? So the conversion should be easy, it should be possible, right? So yeah, we missed printing x float. You can see it is of type float and the number is 10.5. Similarly, I have an integer y equal to 5. When I try to convert this y into a float, what you can expect is it will not print 5 as such, it will print 5.0 because this is a decimal format, right? So always it will try to print a number in a decimal format. Let us try to execute this, and you see it printed 5.0 because it is, the float is always a decimal and the type is float. Similarly, you can convert an integer and float into a string. If you want to try, we can try this example. We can copy paste here, and instead of x float you can put it as string, and the function that we use is str, and this should be x string and this should be x string. So basically we are trying to convert x into a string. Let's try to execute this. You see, and it printed a number. It looks like a number, but it is basically a string because it is stored within a string variable. Similarly, you can also convert a float into a string. So it prints 5.5, but it is of type string. This is how, using the typecasting, you can convert the variable of one data type into another data type. Python provides a lot of functions to work with strings. Let us explore one by one. Before we dive in, let us try to understand what string is. String is a sequence of characters stored consecutively in a memory, making it easy to access individual character using an index. In Python, there are two types of indexing. One is called as a positive indexing, which is always starts from 0 and forward. Another one is called as a negative index, which is starts with -1 and goes backward. It comes backward. So using which we can access each character that is stored within a string. So there are two important functionalities that we can explore here. One is called as an indexing, that is accessing each character in a string using an index. Second one is called as a slicing, that means extracting a part of a string. For example, in this case, hello test troop, if you want to extract only hello from this string, you can use this the method of slicing to get that particular word from a given string. Let us go and try to use this. I'll just copy this. I'll clear this. For example, if I want to access a character O, then I can do this using print s square bracket and index starts from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's try to print this. You see, it extracted O, and if I want a comma, this is at number 5. Okay, this is how basically we can extract each character from a string using the positive index. That means starting from H, you can go up to the end of the string. And if you want to extract the characters from the end of the string and going to forward, that is can be done using the negative indexing. Let us try to use -1. This will print the last character. You see, it printed the last character. If you want to access P, then it is -2. It is -2. This is how basically you can access each character using the indexing. For example, if you want to extract a substring from a string, which is called as in slicing, so you can do via the indexing. For example, the index should start from 0, that is from here, and it has to go up to this 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5, right? 0 to 5. Let us see what it prints. So it extracted hello. If you want to include this character as well, then you have to go up to 6, right? So it has also extracted hello and with the comma. This is how you can basically slice a string. Okay, and for example, if you want to only test, then you can do like this: 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's a 7th character. Then 8, 9, 10, 11. See, it extracted test. This is how you can basically slice the string using the indexes. So if you want to find a length of a string, you can use the function len, and you have to pass a parameter as a string. You can use this function to calculate the length of a string, and if you want to print that, you can put it into the print statement. The length of the string is 18 characters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Total 18 characters. This basically gives the length of a string. Okay. So in terms of an indexing, if you want to print the last character, then it will be 17, because always indexing starts from 0, then the last character will be length -1. Okay, so if you want to print s of, so you can basically put s of length of s -1, that is 18 minus 1, 17. We can basically put inside the print statement, right? That is the last character. If you put -2, that will be p. Okay, this is how we can also make use of the string length. Okay, combining the strings, okay, or string concatenation. Okay, so in programming term you call concatenation, that means combining these two strings. So for example, if you have a two string and if you want to join them and print, then you can basically use it string 1 plus string 2. Okay, let us try to use this. I have a two string and I want to join them. And if you see, if I put like this, it gave me an error. That is because the Python is highly indentation oriented language. So if you miss the indentation, it will basically throw an syntax error. So you'll have to follow that guideline. I will take s equal to s plus, sorry, str1 plus str2. Okay, that is hello and word. And if we want, so there is a space, yeah, there is a space here, and then I can do a print of yes, it should print me hello world. That is because it is combining the two string. You can basically concatenate two string using the plus operator here. Okay, similarly, if you want to print yes 3 times, then you can do print yes multiplied by 3 times. That is called repetition, right? Repetition. If I want to 2 times, then if I give s multiplied by 2, it will print hello world 2 times. You see, it printed hello world 2 times. And if I give 3, it repeats for 3 times. So the plus operator is for combining the strings. The multiplication of character is for repetition of the strings. Now let us try to understand the string modification, maybe like converting the case from uppercase, lowercase, title case, capitalize, and the swap case. All these things basically you can try. Okay, let us try this one. So I have a string here which is hello world, and if I want everything in an uppercase, so you can use yes dot, then you can get the list of functions that are supported by a string. Okay, and there is also another function, important function called as dir, and dir function lists all the functionalities that are associated with the string class. So let us try to print that. And you see, it gives all the functionalities that is basically exposed by string. For example, yeah, the length, then size of, then see count, then let us say is there any function called upper, swap case, see swap case, upper, all these things, right? These are all the functions. This basically the dir provides all the functions that is exposed by this particular class. Basically the the class properties, right? So when we try to understand, when I try to teach you about the classes, then you also come to know what basically class contains. It's a combination of the methods and the variables. It is basically in variables and the methods that acts upon these variables. Okay, so this is very important function, dir function. In case if you want to understand what are the functionalities that is exposed by a given object, then basically you can use the dir function. Okay, so now let us use I already have an s, so then if you want to make it as an upper, you can use s upper function and you can print it. So Python, this particular IDE supports the code completion. That means as soon as I put s and dot, it lists me all the functions that is exposed by this particular object. Okay, that is the speciality of some of the IDEs. and I will try to print all these characters in an uppercase. Similarly, you can use the lower to convert all the characters into lowercase. And again, there is something called swap case. That means wherever there is a capital, it converts into the smaller letter, and wherever there is a smaller letter, it try to convert into capital. So passes S and try to execute this. Sorry, it's my mistake. Yeah, so it is not, it doesn't take any parameter. It was my mistake. You see, wherever H was a capital here, it printed small letter, and wherever it was small letter, it has printed the capital letter. This is how some of the string manipulations we can perform using the functions, upper, lower, swap case, and things like that. Replace function. If you want to replace a particular character or a set of character in a string, you can use the replace function. Okay, it takes two parameters. The first one is a string itself. The first one is what to replace with what. For example, if you want to replace in an hello world with something else, then the world you can give it here, and whatever you wanted to replace, you can give it as a second parameter. Let us go and try this. Here we have hello world, and instead of world, I wanted to replace world with Python. Okay, so what I can do is I can use SDET replace, and the first parameter is world. This I want to replace. I have to give it in double quotes, and the second parameter with space Python. Right, it is a old one and this is the new one. Okay, so hope it works. Let us try. You see, hello Python. So it basically replaced in a string. It basically replaced the world with Python. Okay, that is about replace function. Splitting. You can split the entire string based on a particular character using the function called split. Let us try to do this, and I'll take out this. I'll also take out this, and I will copy I have S as an hello Python, and I want to split this string based on the comma. Okay, so then I can do then multiple words, right? I can put it as words equals to S dot split based on the character. The character is comma. You will have to pass comma as a character. Then I can print word. Word will be basically an array, and you can also, if you want, you can also try printing the type of word. It is basically a list, right? Type of words, and let us try to execute it. The first, it should print the type of the words. It should be a list, and after that it should print the content of words. So this is basically a list. List contains the two elements hello and Python. If you want to print only hello, then you can print using the index 0. This is also how these how the elements are stored in a list is also based on the index. The index 0 contains a string hello, index 1 contains Python. So it print only hello. Okay, this is how basically you can split a string based on a particular character. And if you want to split hello world with the space, you can basically give a space here, and you see here it again printed hello. Okay, this is how basically split works. And you can also join the splitted words. For example, if you want to reconstruct back hello world, then you can use the function called join. I think again we can use s equal to something like this. Then you can use a join, then you can give words. And if you want to join the two strings based on the particular character, you can specify the character here. Okay, now I will remove this. Now I will try to print s here. Okay, what we are trying to do, we are trying to split the entire hello Python into words based on the space, and then we are trying to combine again with a comma. Okay, combine these words into a comma. So if you want to print words, you can print words. This will be a list, and then you are combining the list into the individual string. Okay, single string. See, first it got hello and Python, then it combined the two elements of a list into the single word with the separator as comma. And you can also change a separator. For example, you can also give a space here, space, and you can also give a tab which is 4 spaces, like just pressing a tab. The tab you can give it as /t. See here there are multiple spaces, right? 1, 2, 3, 4 spaces. And you can also give a new line which is a /n. It prints in 2 different lines. Okay, this is how you can split and then you can join. You can also do certain kind of verification, like you can check whether a particular string starts with hello, particular string ends with some character, or if a string contains a particular character, and things like that. Okay, if you want, you can also experiment this. Let us go back here and let's remove all of this, and let us check print yes, what was that? S starts with, right? Yeah, S starts, it starts with hello, or H, capital H. Okay, it should be true. If it is passed, then it should be true. But it is true. Let us check with H. It is case sensitive. Comparison is case sensitive. It should give us false. Okay, and similarly you can also try with ends with, then you can give it as n. It is true. And if I want to try with capital N, this is false. So this is basically case sensitive kind of a comparison. If you remember, during the typecasting we were converting a string into an integer, right? And certain cases it was throwing us a value error. If the string contains a character other than the numbers, then it is to throw an error. In order to avoid that, what we can do, we can do a kind of a check if a given the string is a digit or not. If it is a digit, then you can convert them into integer or a float. Okay, for example, let us try this. Let us try this example. So these are all basically used for comparison. Is alpha is for the alphabetical, is digit for digit, and is a number it is basically it contains a number or not, if a string contains a number or not. Okay, so let us try to execute this. And okay, here what I will do is print s dot is number. There is no number, right? It is a pure string, pure sequence of characters, right? So it should give me a false. Okay, and instead of this, if I make it as 1 2 3 4 5, then it is true. I can also put a point here, and it also should be a true. Oh, it is giving it as a false. Okay, so that means it is comparing only the integer, it is not taking any other character. And then is there any function called sorry, I was checking for a number. I should have checked for is digit. Sorry, is digit, then 1 2 3 4 5, it should be true. If I insert something here, it is a false, because there is another function for that, is decimal or something, is decimal. Now it should be true, is decimal. If a string is a decimal string, yeah, this is a decimal string. Okay, let us remove this. It is true. Then if I put 0.0, it's giving us false. So let me come back on this. I have to really check on this. That is basically how you can use these functions for checking whether a given string is only the alphabets or it contains a digit or alphanumerical and things like that. You can also use a function called find that will find the index or the occurrence of the first character in a string. Okay, and if it finds this particular string within a big string, then it returns the first character, first occurrence of this particular string. If it cannot find it, it returns a -1. Okay, for example, let us go and try this. Okay, I will remove this function. I will put it as hello Python. Okay, then I wanted to check whether it contains a character L. L occurs at 0 1 2 as well as at 3. Okay, so let us see what it prints. If I try to print s dot find a character L, I think it should print 0 1 2, because it always print the first occurrence. You see, it always prints the first occurrence. And you can also give a single character, or you can also give multi-character, but you will have to enclose them within a quotes. For example, py, it basically gives an index where it finds p, right? So it's a 6, 0 1 2 3 4 5 6. This is how basically the find function works. Now let us try to understand how you can print a string in a formatted way. Okay, for example, if you have the two variables, for example, the name is and Alice and age is 25, and if you want to combine them and print it, and you can use something like this: print my name is, then you give a space and flower bracket, and then you can give the other sentence, and I am, you can give a flower bracket and year old. Okay, then you can put dot operator and give a format, then you can pass the parameter as name and age, then these two the variables are get substituted to the occurrence of the flower bracket. Here the first occurrence is name, then it says my name is Alice. Okay, the value is stored in the name. Then it will be replaced with the age. Age is here 25. I am 25 years old. Okay, this is the one way of doing it, or otherwise you can also use like F here. So after print give F, then within double quotes you can give whatever you want to give, and wherever you want to replace a value of a variable, you will have to put them into the flower bracket. Okay, let us basically go and try this. The same example we can try this. I will put name as test troop and age is equal to, I will give it as 25. Then I will try to print using a format. Print my name is, then flower bracket, give a space, and my age is, then you have to put a dot and give it as format. In the format you have to pass the parameters. Since you are using two brackets here, you will have to use the two values, two variables here. Okay, these are the arguments. Okay, so if you are using single, then you will have to pass a single variable. If you are using the two flower bracket, then you will have to use the two variables. Okay, it is dynamically checking the arguments. Okay, so let us try to do this. Let us try to execute this. See, my name is Testro and my age is 25. Okay, similarly you can also use another way of printing is formatting is print, then you will have to start with the F, then you have to use a double quotes, and you can copy from here and you can paste it, and wherever you have the flower bracket, then you have to substitute that with the variables. Here name, then here age. Okay, let us comment this. Commenting is using the hash here. Okay, you can comment this statement, and you see my name is Testro and my age is 25. This is a way we can print a string in a formatted way. Now the escape characters, certain characters you cannot directly print. For example, if you want to print a double quotes within a double quotes, then you cannot directly use a double quotes. Instead of that, you will have to escape that particular characters. That you can be used using this particular slash. Okay, and if you want to print a new line in between, you can use /n. If you want to bring a tab space, you can use /t. Okay, let us try to print. Let us try to use the same example, and I want to print my name in the double quotes. Okay, for that what I have to do, I directly cannot give something like this. Okay, that will throw an error. As soon as I put that, you see here it gave me a syntax error. Okay, in order to do that, I will have to escape this double quotes. For that you have to use a backslash with the double quotes. Here also backslash with the double quotes. Okay, let us try to execute this now. The test troop should come in double quotes. Yeah, see here you can see the test troop in double quotes. This is how basically you can escape the particular character. If you want to print a test troop and age in two different lines, then you can use escape character by name /n. I want to print after and I want to print my age in the next line. For that I can use a new line. New line is /n. Okay. See here, after and it printed in a new line. Okay. If I want to increase the number of spaces in between and my age, you can use a tab space as /t. /t basically gives a tab space. See here, there is a space that is introduced. There are a lot of characters that can be used as an escape character. These double quotes, then the sometimes single quotes, the tab space, new line, the backspace, and things like that. So you can go to Google and try to see what are the escape the characters. You can basically find it out. Suppose if you want to reverse a string, you can use the indexing, that is the colon and you can put -1. This basically reverse the entire string. Let us try to do that. What I will do is I will remove all of this. I will only keep a name, and if I want to reverse this, I will have to type print then a name with square bracket colon -1. This basically will reverse the string. See, it reverses the string. Okay, POORT then TSET. So this is how you can basically reverse the string. In today's session, we will learn how to use Python print function. Python provides multiple ways to use the print function, including simple printing, printing the variables, and the formatted printing. Let's start printing a simple sentence into the console. For this, we will have to use a print function. Any function in Python starts with the name. Here print is a name and followed by a parenthesis, and inside which you will have to pass the parameter. Since we want to print a simple sentence, I will write a sentence which has to be enclosed within the double quotes. If you are writing a string, that has to be enclosed within a double quotes. Okay, remember that. So here I am trying to write hello world, and let's try to execute this statement. And if you see here, it basically printed hello world. And if you want to print one more sentence like welcome to Python, you have to enclose welcome to Python within double quotes, or you can also do it by enclosing within the single quotes as well. Python also supports writing strings within a single quotes. This is also supported in Python, either double quotes or within a single quotes. This is how we can print a simple sentence. What if you want to print an variable in a Python? Okay, for that let us construct, or let us create the two variables as a name. The value for name is test troop, and then I will take another variable as my age. I will make it as 25, and I want to print this variables, right? Print the values that are stored in the variable. For that I will use the print function. And so how to pass the variable? You will have to pass the direct variable names. Okay, if you pass something like this, this will print as a name. This will not print the value that is stored in the variable name, because it is what we are doing is we are trying to print the name, because we are enclosed the name within double quotes. Okay, this is not the way how to print a variable. Okay, let us try to execute this. You can see here it only printed name. If you want to print the content that is stored in a name, you can directly give the variable. Similarly, you can also print age, and I can also make another variable as distance, which is equal to 3.5 kilometer. I will also try to print that, and we can also use as a boolean variable like is active is equal to true. Okay, this is how we initiate the boolean variable, true or false. Either you can use true or you can use false, right? Or yeah, so okay, so let us try to use all of them. Print is active. Just you have to pass the variable name. You should not enclose within a single quotes or a double quotes. Okay, if you see here, for the first, it has printed the name as test troop, then the age, then the distance, and then active, false or true. This is how we can print a variable. Now what if you want to print combining the two variables? For example, if you want to print my name is test troop and my age is 25. How to do this? You can do with a simple concatenation. I will tell you how to do that. Let me remove all of them and keep only name and age. So we will start with something like this. My name is with the space, then you can put a plus sign, which is for string concatenation, combining the string. And then you can give a variable as a name. Then you can again do a plus, combining the string, and you can write and my age is, then you can use the age variable. So what I am doing, I am first putting a string as my name is with the space, and then I am combining that with the variable name. Then again I am putting a string and my age is, then again I am combining that with the age. So this is how we can basically print my name is test troop and my age is 25. Okay, let us try to execute this. See, this is throwing an error because the print variable here we are trying to combine a string with a number, okay, which is not possible. That is why it is basically throwing an error. So first you will have to convert this this age, which is an integer, into a string, then we can combine the strings. Okay, to do that we have to use the typecasting, and since we are converting into a string, you will have to use str here. Okay, now if I run, this is perfect now, right? My name is test troop and my age is 25. So this is how we can print the combination of the variables using concatenation. So another way of doing the same thing is using the format f. Okay, so remember that format f is only supported with Python version 3.6 and above. And how to use this format f is print, then you will have to type f, and then you will have to give a double quotes, and within which you can write my name is. Then for the name you will have to give within the flower bracket as a name. So there is no string concatenation is needed while using the f format, and then you can give and my age is, again you can put a variable within a flower bracket. Okay, this format understand whatever is there within the flower bracket is the variable, and it will try to substitute the value that is stored in the variable. So, okay, now let us comment this and we will execute the second statement and see what it prints. See, the outcome is the same. my name is Testro and my age is 25. This is another way of printing with the format. Okay. Okay, now let us try with another way of printing the same thing, that is using the dot format. Okay, what I will do, I will copy this statement, this because this is almost same, and I will paste this and I will remove F, and here as soon as I remove F, the color of the syntax highlighting of this is changed. Okay, this is because it is not supported without F. So what you have to do here, you will have to remove the variables here. So you will have to only keep the placeholders, as a flower bracket is a placeholder that basically substitutes the name and age. And once this construction is done, then what you have to do, you will have to use dot, then you will have to use dot format, and here you will have to pass the variables. Okay, there are two flower brackets, and that's why I will have to use the two variables. The variables are name, and that has to be separated by a comma here. And if I try to execute this, it should also give a same result. Let us try this. See, it gave the same result. My name is Testro and my age is 25. In Python, we can also print a formatted string to a console using a format specifier. Let us see how to do it. What I will do, I will copy paste this particular statement, and wherever, and I will remove this F, and wherever there is a flower bracket, I will replace with format specifier. Here I am using %s for the integer. I will be using as a %d. %s specifies the variable as a string. %d specifies the variable as the integer, and %f specifies the variable as a float. Okay, so I will show you the documentation about the format specifier, and after that what you have to do, you will have to open a bracket, and before the bracket you will have to put a %sign, and then you will have to substitute the variables, since using the two variables, and the first variable is a name here because it is a string, and second variable is a integer. This is how we can use using the format specifier. You can print the formatted string. Okay, the outcome should be the same, and we will just clear all. So here the name is specified by %s and the age is specified using %d. First let us execute it, then we will go to the documentation and study the format specifier. See, my name is Testro and my age is 25. The outcome is the same. Let us go and see the documentation. From the official documentation of Python about the formatted strings, I think you can, I will put this into my description, and if you come down here, if you see the S, %s basically specifies the string format, %d specifies the decimal integer, it is only the integer, and B specify the binary, C specify the character, and X specify the hexadecimal, whereas E is used for scientific notation, F is used for float. Okay, we can also try F if you want, and I can put distance equals to 3.5. I can add one more variable, and my age is 34 years. After that I can put I travel to work. I can put my office is %f kilometer away from my home. Okay, since my home, sorry, my home, since we are using another variable, so I can also give a small letter. Since using another variable percentage f, we'll have to also substitute the third variable with a float, right? We have to copy here and we have to paste it. Let us try this, try to execute this, and you see here it is being substituted. By default, after the decimal point for percentage f, it shows 6 digits. The document here says by default format specifier f supports 6 digits, but you can limit the number of digits by specifying one more parameter as part of the format specifier. For example, in this example, I want to limit to 2 digits rather than printing it for the 6 digit. If I try to execute this, it will give me 6 digits. I want to only print 3.50. For that, I'll have to make a small adjustment here. If you want 2 digit, then you'll have to do 0.2 here, the 0.2. Okay. And if you want 3 digits, you can make it as 3.3. And if you want 1 digit, you can provide 0.1. This is how basically you can limit the default behavior. You can override the default behavior. With Python, you can also print the information to the console log with different colors and different styles, like a bold or a mild, or with some background color, with some foreground color and things like that. For that, there is a library that is available called as Color AMA. So let us go and see what exactly this library is all about. So let's type PYPI Color AMA and then click here, and then you can go to the official page, GitHub page of this particular library, and if you scroll down a bit, it shows there are 3 different formatting that is possible using this library. One is a foreground color, background color, and a style. Dim means mild, normal is a normal font, and bright is a bold. And you can also, it also supports various foreground and background colors. So to use that, first we'll have to install this library using pip install, and then we'll have to import certain settings like foreground, background, and style. Okay, let us go and do that. So for that, you need to open command prompt. Under the command prompt, so you have to copy and paste this command in the command prompt. It will take some time to install. I think it is already installed. Okay, it is already installed. So now what you have to do, we will go to Python and we will try to import as he told, right, as they told in this tutorial. We'll have to import this. Okay, let us go to our PyCharm and import this, and then we can use the print. And for example, if I want to print the entire sentence using a bold, then I will have to see, I can use style a dot a bright, then I can do a plus and then the string that I want to print, and at the end I will have to reset the setting. Okay, after this I will have to reset the setting dot as reset all. Okay, now let us try to execute this. You see, this is printed in a bold letter. Okay, and rather than using it here, so we can use somewhere here, right? So somewhere here. So for example, I want to print I want to use this format specifier, and I have to use, I want to write it in a green color. Okay, let us, for that you will have to use a foreground. So 4 dot green, then you will have to use a plus. After that you will have to reset the color. For that we will have to use style, and then reset all. Okay, so this is a good practice of using reset after the statement. Otherwise basically you will, if you tend to forget, then all the remaining lines will be formatted with the green colors. Okay, you can see it is formatted. I can also include here, after this, first I can include a style dot bold is, for a bold it is bright, then plus. Okay, you see it is printed with a bold, right? It is printed with the bold. I want to keep this like this, but I want to use it as a black, and I want to use the background as white. Okay, I'll use the background as white. Let us see how it prints. See, the font is black, but the background is the white. Okay, you can also change the background. Let us check if I put blue, what happens. Yeah, see, this looks really good, right? So this is how basically we can use the print statement. So to print the variables, right? To print anything, not only variables, to print anything into the console. So if you want to directly print some strings, you can put that string within double quotes within the print statement. If you want to print the variables, there are different ways of printing the variables. Okay, using the different kinds of formats. In today's session, we will explore different Python operators and how they work. Operators are used to perform operations on variables and values. Python divides the operator into following groups. The first one is an arithmetic operator. Arithmetic operators are used to perform mathematical operation like addition, subtraction, multiplication, etc. Assignment operators are used to assign the values to the variables. Comparison operators are used to compare the two variables or the two values and returns a Boolean results like true or false. Logical operators are used to combine the conditional statements. Identity operators check if the two variables reference to the same memory location or not. Membership operators check whether a variable exists in a given sequence, such as in a list, tuple, or a set, or in a dictionary. Bitwise operators perform the operation at the bit level. Let us try to understand all these operators in detail. Let's start with the arithmetic operator. As the name indicates, it is used to perform arithmetic operations like addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, etc. So let us define the two variables, x equal to 10 and y equal to 5. Okay, now you can do the arithmetic operation addition like z equals to x plus y. Then you can do print z. So you will be adding two numbers, and the result of addition will be 10 plus 5 is 15. Let us go ahead and execute. You see the answer is 15. Similarly, you can perform subtraction. The answer would be 10 minus 5, that will be 5. Or you can also do subtract from smaller number to bigger number, that is y minus x. Let us check what is the answer. It should be minus 5. Yes. Now let us do the multiplication operation. X star is the operator that is used for multiplication, and the value should be 50. Now let us perform the division. Division operator is backslash. So value should be 10 divided by 5, that is equal to 2. And one thing you will have to note here, the division operation always returns the float value. So it returns the result as a decimal by default. Okay. So the answer here would be 2.0. You see, it has given us the decimal value, that is 2.0. That is the default behavior in Python. If you want an integer value, then you will have to use the floor operator, that is the double slash, which will convert the result into an integer, and the result of this operation will be 2. Let us try this. It is 2 without any decimal points. Okay, it is basically truncating. Let us try this with the decimal number and see what result we'll get here. See, when we try with the decimal number, it gives an decimal value, but if both the numbers are integer, it will give you an integer number. Okay, that is how it works. And then we also have another operator which is called reminder, and this is the percentage sign. Here the operator is a percentage sign. So the remainder of this will be 0, right? Okay, if you want to execute it with 3 goes 3 times in 10, that means the quotient will be 3 and remainder will be 1. The remainder is 1. And if I try to do the division operation here, then the value should be 3. Value should be 3 because it is only giving a quotient, and if you want a remainder, then you will have to use the percentage symbol. There is one more operator which is called as an exponential, which is indicated by double star. It is like x to the power of y. Here 10 to the power of 3, that is 10 multiplied by 10 multiplied by 10, that is equals to 1000 here. Okay, 10 into 10 into 10, that is what it does basically, the power, the exponential operator. So let us try and execute this. So the value is, the answer will be here 1000. These are the arithmetic operators that are supported in Python. So we went through all of them: addition, subtraction, multiplication, the float division, and the remainder, then the floor division, that is the division of type integer, and the exponential. Now let us talk about the assignment operator. Basically assigning the value to the variable. It is as simple as writing x equal to 5. This is the simple assignment. So sorry, I have to put a print statement here, that is equals to ex. It should print 5 here, and we have the different variation of assignment. For example, you can also write x plus equals to 3. So initially we have x equal to 5, then we have written x plus equal to 5. That means you will be adding x equal to, this is equivalent to x equal to x plus 3. So this is the initial value of x, that is 5, and this will be added with 3. So the answer should be here 8. See, the answer is 8. Another variation is similarly for the minus, x minus equals to 2. That means x equal to x minus 2. So let us remove this. So initially we have the value of x equal to 5, then we are subtracting 2 from it, the value should be here 3. The 5 minus 2 is 3. This is what we are getting it here. Similarly, we can also use it with multiplication operator here. That is x equal to x into 2. That will be 5 into 2. The answer will be 10 here. Similarly, we can also perform a division. For a division, let us take this as 10 and x equal to, that is equals to x equal to x divided by 10. Okay, so division equals to, that means x will be equals to x divided by 2, that is 10 by 2, that is equal to 5. The answer should be 5. It is again a float value. If you want a floor value, then you will have to put double slash, that will give you an integer value. Okay, similarly you can also perform an exponential operation, that is equals to star star, that means x equal to, that means x to the power of 2. Okay, so x equal to x power 2. The value is 10 into 10, 2 times, right? That is equal to 100. Okay, this is how the assignment operators will be used, and different variations of the assignment operators. So you can also see in the tutorial here. So these are all the supported operators here. Now let's check the comparison operator. So I will delete this part of the code. Comparison operators are used to compare the two values or two variables and return a result in a Boolean format, true or false. Okay, and supported comparison operator in Python are, so let us basically create two variable, x equal to 10 and y equal to 5, and you have z equals to the first comparison operator, that is equal to equals to. Okay, so if you have confusion, you can enclose them within a parenthesis like this. So this says, this is basically doing a comparison. It compares x is equals to 5 in terms of their values. So here x equal to 10 and y equal to 5, the comparison should fail, and if try to print, it should be false. Okay, the value of false is 0. Okay, let us try to see this. So it prints as false. False is a Boolean, the Boolean result. So similarly, if I put this is equal to 10, then it should result me true. The operation should be true. Let us put it back as 5. So the second comparison operator is not equals to. Not equals to will be, the operator is like this, not and equals to. So x is not equal to y, that is true here. So the value should return me as true now. Okay, let us go and execute this. It is true. If I make y equal to 10, here x equals to 10, so this comparison basically fails, and it should return me x is not equal to 10 here, right? Because 10 is not equal to 10. 10 is basically equals to 10. So this should result me a false. Then we have lesser than and greater than, lesser than or equals to, greater than or equal to. Let us try is greater than. We are comparing greater than, checking whether x is greater than y. Okay, this is used for greater than, and the value should be true or false. X is not greater than 10. The value should be false here. It's false, correct. If I make this as 9, then it is false. Then it is true, correct, because 10 is greater than 9. And if I make it as 11, then it is false. Okay, now let us do the reverse of which is less than. Yes, here the 10 is less than 11. It should be true. If I make it as 12, then it should fail. It's a false value. Okay, similarly we can also use greater than or equals to, so if I bring both of them, so here now here x is greater than y, right? So it should give me true, yes. And if I make this as 11, then also it should pass, yes, true. But if I make it as 10, this statement should fail because 10 is not greater than or equals to 11. They should false. Similarly, we can also make less than or equals to, here x is less than or equal to y, yes, correct, this should true. Now if I make x as 12, so if I make x as 11, it should also pass, is true. But if I make this as 12, then it will fail, this is fail. So this is how the comparison operator works, and the supported comparison operators are equals to, that is to check equal to, not equal to, greater than, less than, greater than or equal to, less than or equal to. Logical operator are used to combine the conditional statement. Okay, and we basically have three logical operators in Python. They are AND, OR and NOT. AND returns true if both the conditions are true. For example, if you are using AND to evaluate the two conditions, here we have two conditions, x greater than 3 and x less than 10. If both of these conditions results in true, then AND will result true. If any of one of these condition is false, then AND will return false. Whereas OR operator is the reverse of AND operator. Basically, if any one of the condition is true, then the OR operation returns the true value. Okay, or if both the conditions are true, then the OR operator will return true. If both the conditions are false, then only the OR operator is going to return the false value. The NOT operation is basically used to negate the result, reverse the result. For example, in this case, if I take x is equal to 9, okay, then x is greater than 3, this is true, and also x is less than 10 because 9 is less than 10 and 9 is greater than 3, and the result of these two conditions is basically true. But when you try to NOT it, it will give the result as false. Let's go and try this. So I'll have to create two variables, x equals to 10 and y equal to 5. Then I will be having z, where I will be doing one condition, that is x is greater than y. Then I'll have to give an AND operator. Then I'll have to give another condition, and I will give it as y is less than 3. Sorry, y is less than, let us make it as y is less than 6. Okay, the first condition, x is greater than y, yes, 10 is greater than 5, this returns me true. And second condition, y is less than 6, yes, 5 is less than 6. Both the operations results here, in both the condition basically results true. So the AND operator will also give a result of true. Let us try to print z. It is true here, and if I make one of the condition as false, for example, if I make it as y is greater than 6, here y is 5, so it is not greater, so it is a false. But the overall, but this part is true, but AND expects both the conditions to be true, but here one condition is false, so the answer should be false for you. Okay, this is how AND operates. Okay, let us try to check with the same condition with the OR. In case of OR, if any one of the condition is true, then the answer will be true. Here one of the condition is true, the first condition is true, but the second condition is false. it gives me true. And now let us make this also. For example, we can compare y equals to 5, that is also true. Then it will give me a true, but I'll have to make both of them are false here. Make let us as 8 here, let us negate this. Now the answer is should be false. Say this is false. So now we know the operation, both the operations result in false. That is why the OR operator gives it as false. And if you want these results to be true, then you will have to perform the NOT operation, not of the entire result, not of the entire result. Okay, so this entire results boils down to false. We have seen this in earlier example. Now not of that should give us true. This is how basically you can use the logical operator to combine the different conditions, and to check the outcome of these combinations using AND, OR and NOT. Identity operator is one of the interesting operator which basically verifies if the two variables references the same memory location or not. Let us try to understand with the help of an example. I will give it as X. Let us take a list for this example. Lists are always enclosed with the square brackets. Then I will add the elements into list like 1, 2 and 3. Then I will also take another variable as Y, but I will give the same value. Okay. If I check the condition, if X equals to Y, let us check X equals to Y. Yeah, this is a condition I am putting. I will put it in a parenthesis to avoid the confusion. So then the result is, then I will have to print it, print Z. Now the result of operation, it should be equal. It should give me a true because this is going to compare the values inside the list. Okay, list has both of them has the same values, so it should give me the answer as true. Okay, and if for example if I change this value, then the answer will be false. Okay, so let us bring it back, and if I do the identity comparison, that is an identity operator. The operator is called as is. Okay, the operator is. I am checking if X is Y. That means it basically checks whether the X and Y are referring to a same memory location. Okay, here X and Y are the two different variables. They are not referencing to the same memory location. Okay, this will lead us to the value as false. Okay, because they are not referring to the same location. Okay, what I can do now, I will remove this and I will try to assign X back to Y. That means now I am copying the content of X to Y. This means that these variables, they share the same memory reference. They share the same memory reference now. And if I try to execute this statement, X is Y, then it says yes, it is true because it is referencing to the same memory location. So we can also use another operator which is called as is not, which basically performs the reverse. Then it basically tells me it is a false because X is Y here, because we are basically comparing them, basically performed an assignment, and now after that we are basically comparing it. Now this should give me a false value. So if I do copy paste, then X is not Y. That is correct because they are not referring to the same memory location, because each one has assigned with the values. The values may be the same, but the memory reference is different. That is called as true. This is how identity operator works. In case of Python, you can check the memory address using a function called id. Let us try to use that. We have two variables. Then we will try to get the memory location of these two variables x and y, and if I check here y, I will only compare the operator here. It should be false now. Yes, it is false. And if you see ID of x, that is the memory location of x, is somewhere 2496, whereas memory location of y is somewhere 3952. So these two numbers are different. That is why you can see if I print z, it should print as the value as false. That is why it is printing as false, because these two variables are pointing to different memory location. What if I do, if I assign x to y, then if you see both of them are referring to a same memory location. Okay, that is why the value is true. Okay, the identity operator is basically comparing their memory references are same or not. Member operator checks whether the value exists in a sequence like list, tuple, set, dictionary, etc. So there are two operators, in and not in. So let us try to check that with the help of an array. For example, x equals to 1, 2, 3, 4. Then I can check. What I can do is I can do z, or okay, z equals to I can do 1 in x. Sorry, 1 in x. I want to check whether the number 1 is exist in the list x. Okay, so if I try to print this, it should give me a value as true. You see, 1 is exist in the list x. So if I try to give it as 8 is not, the value 8 is not available in the list x, so it should show me false result. You see, this is false. Okay, so another operator that is in conjunction with in is in not, which is the reverse of in. In this case, is it yeah, it's like not in. Sorry, it is not. Sorry, it is not in not. It is not in. I mistaken it. So it is not in. So I am trying to compare if 8 is not in x. So this should be, you should give me true basically, right? See, the answer is true. This is how we can check whether a particular element is a part of a list, set, tuple, or a dictionary using in and not in operator. Bitwise operators. Bitwise operators are used to perform the operation at a bit level. So if you know how to represent a given number in a binary, then you can use the bit level operators. Python provides a function by name bin to represent a given decimal number into the binary number. Let us go and check that particular function. So let us delete this. Okay, I have variable x equal to 5, and I want to represent this x in a binary as, for example, z equals to bin of x, and then I want to print z. You see, it is represented as 0b. 0b stands for binary. It is represented as 101. Okay, it is represented as 101. And if you want to perform a bit level operation with another number, let us say y equal to 3. Let us also try to z w as y, then you can also print, you can also print w here. Try to execute it. Once one should be 101 and another one is the 011. Okay, and so the supported the binary operators are and will work something like this. Let us go here. So if I write it as 101 and then I put as and 3 is 001, it goes digit by digit. It takes the right mode digit first and perform the operation. If both the digits are 1, then the outcome is 1, and then the next digit, if one of the digit is 0, then the outcome is 0 in case of and if both are 0, then the outcome is also 0. So here I have, so in the first place I have 1 1, so the outcome is 1. So the second place I have 1 and 0, the outcome is 0. On the third place I have the 1 and 0, so the outcome is 0. So 0 0 1 in binary is 1. So let us try to perform this operation. For a time being, I'll comment this, and if I try to perform like v equals to x and y, so for the AND you will have to use ampersand. So logical AND is different from bitwise AND. Logical AND we are using the word as a and d, whereas the bitwise operator you should use ampersand. Let us print v. You should give me a value as 1. See, the value is 1. Okay, and so what, let us go to this documentation. The AND operation is always if it is something like this, if both the digits are 1, then the answer is 1. If one of the digit is 0, the answer is 0. Whereas OR operator is a reverse of AND, where if both the digits are 1, the outcome is 1. If one of the digit is 0 and another digit is 1, then the outcome is also 1. If both the digits are 0, then the value will be 0. Okay, the same example we'll try to demonstrate the OR operation. If I take this as OR, okay, if I perform the OR operation, then according to the calculation, 1 and 1 are 1, and second digit here 1, here 0, 0 1 is also 1, and the third operation 1 and 0, that is also 1. So this is 1 1 1. 1 1 1 in binary is equals to 7. Okay, so let us try to do this, and the OR operator is something like this. It's missing here. The OR operator is just like a pipe operator. So instead of this, what I can do is just give me something like this. This is OR operator. Okay, so just a pipe, and try to execute this. You see, the value is 7. 1 1 1 is 7. The next bitwise operator is the XOR operator. Okay, XOR, it is represented by the symbol like this, and if you perform the XOR operator with these two values, it works like this. The XOR operator, if both the values are 1 1, then it gives you the answer as 0. Okay, if one of the value is 0 and other value is 1, then it gives a value as 1, and it's similar to that. Okay, that is like if both the values are 1 1, then the output is 0. If both the values are 0, then also the output is 0. If the one of the value is 0 and other value is the 1, then you will get the answer as 1. Okay, in this case 1 1, that is 0, 1 0 1, that is 1, here also 1, this is also 0, the answer is 1. So this tends to the value 6. Okay, So what I have to do, I have to change OR to XOR and try to execute this. You see the answer is 6. This is how XOR operator works. The next bitwise operator is a NOT operator. NOT is basically used for performing the negation operation. Okay. So what it will do, wherever there is a 1 in a binary, it will try to convert that into 0. Next we have shift operations like shift left and shift right. As the name indicates, this is used to shift the bit to the number of position. So number of position is indicated by the value here. So whenever you want to perform the shift left or a shift right, then you will have to specify the variable, and then you will have to give the two times of this operator. That is for left, it should indicate the pointer should indicate to the left direction. For the right, the pointer should indicate to the right hand side. Okay, and you will have to specify 2 times here, and then followed by the number of bits you want to shift. Here we are performing 1 bit shift operation. Okay, if you see here, I am passing it as 1, so I will be performing 1 bit operation. Let us take an example where a equal to 5. The 5 is represented as 0 1 0 1. Okay, now I want to basically shift it 1 bit to the left. So what happens, this will start shifting from the right to left. For example, this 1 will come to the 0th place, 0 will come to the 1's place, and 1 will come to the 0's place, and this 0 is gone, and the hollow thing will be filled with 0. Okay, so the value will be like here 1, then 0 1 0. So it will get converted into 10. Okay, similarly for the right, it is also similar. The shifting starts from it is basically starts from left to right. So this bit will come to occupy this place, this 1 will come here, and this 0 will go, and this 1 will be vanished, and the rightmost bit will be empty, so it will be occupied with 0. That is like 0 0 1 0. Okay, so the value is equal to 2. This is how the shift operation works. In this video, we will explore 3 fundamental concepts in Python that are crucial for test automation: the input function, the control flow using if condition, and the loops. Understanding these concepts is essential because automation scripts often need user input, decision-making logic, and iteration to handle repetitive tasks efficiently. The input function is used to prompt the user to enter the data and captures the input as a string. Let's try input function. The basic usage of input function is just input keyword with the parenthesis without any parameters. Let us go and execute it. If you see, the program is halted here. It is waiting for the user to key in the input. Let us give it as test true. Once you enter here, the program executes further and it completes. Now let's use the input function with the prompt asking the user to enter certain details. For example, enter your age. When I execute it, it gives a prompt asking the user to enter the age. I will give it as 15. Now let us store the input provided by the user into a variable called as age, and then we can print the example with the format. We can print age is, and you can pass the variable age here. Okay, try to execute it. Age is 25. So you see, whatever the data that user has entered, gets stored into the variable, and then we are displaying the content of this variable. by default input function captures the user input as a string format. So in our case we are storing an age in a variable called as an age, even though we are entering a number, but it is stored as a string. Let us try to print the type of age, and it should basically give us as a string. Okay, if I give it as 30, it says that variable age is of type string. Let us try to write a program to calculate your age after 10 years. For this, I will ask the user to enter his current age using the Python input function and store the age into the age variable. Then I will calculate the age equal to your current age, that is age plus 10, and after that I will try to print. I can copy this age after 10 years is calculating. Let us see how it works. I will give it as 25, and you see it throws an error. This is because the current age that is captured by the input function is stored into a variable which is of type string. So we cannot perform an arithmetic operation with a string and a number. So in order to perform the proper calculation, you will have to convert the age which is of string format into an integer format using something called typecasting. So this we can do with the help of a function called int. The int function will convert a string into an integer, and then we can perform the arithmetic operation, that is the addition. So if I give it as 25, it should give age after 10 years is 35. Now let us try to capture the multiple inputs using the input function. For this I will change the prompt. I will ask enter your name and age separated by a space. Then I will store them into two variables like name comma age, and what I have to do is I will have to use a function called split based on a space. Okay, and then I will try to print my name is name and my age is age. Let's try to execute this. Name is test troop. I cannot give a space here, and I can give a space with the age as 25. So there is a problem here. Okay, let us try to see what is the issue. I think the space could be an issue here. Let us try to execute this. Again, give it as test troop and 25. Yeah, sorry, the format is missing here. Again, one more error. I have to give a format. Sorry, I missed that. So test troop and 25. See, now it is printing. The name is test troop and age is 25. This is how you can capture the multiple inputs. Let us discuss conditions in Python. Conditional statements are used to make decision based on specific condition. They control the flow of program by executing different code blocks depending on whether the condition is true or false. Python uses these three keywords for conditional control. The first one is if. It executes a block of code if the condition is true. Second one is else if. This is a short form for else if, that is called as elif. Checks another condition if the previous condition is false. It executes if the previous condition is false. The next one is else. Executes a block of code if none of the previous conditions are true. Let us write a program using these keywords to check if the user is eligible to vote or not. First, what we will do, we will try to ask the user age using the input function. And then what we will do, we will convert age to integer of age, so that it is an integer. After that, we will put a condition if age greater than or equals to 18, then you will have to put a colon, then you will have to maintain the indentation, print you are eligible for voting. Okay, next we can put a condition elif if the age is, we will take the age is greater than 0. So any age that is greater than 0 and less than 18, because the first condition that we are checking is greater than or equal to 18. So if this condition is false, then this particular block of statement will get executed. If the age is greater than 0, then we can put you are not yet eligible for voting. And the last condition is if your age is less than 0, then we can basically print it is an invalid age. Entered age is invalid. Okay, so basically what we are doing, we are controlling the flow of a program using the condition. For that we are using if, else if or else. So in this program I am asking the user to enter his age, then I am converting this age into integer so that I can do a comparison. If the age is greater than or equal to 18, that means you are eligible for voting. Okay, and if the age is greater than 0 and less than or equal to, it is not less than or equal to, it is less than 18, then you are not yet eligible for voting. And if you enter some negative numbers, then we say that the entered age is invalid. Let us go and execute this program. I will give my age as 10. Then it says that you are not yet eligible for voting. Now let us give it as 18. We are checking the boundary condition. You are eligible for voting. Now let us give it as 25. It says that you are eligible for voting. Now let us give a number which is -1. Then it says that entered age is invalid. Okay, let us also give a value as 0. It says that entered age is invalid. This is how basically we can control the flow of your program based on the condition. Some key point to consider while using the conditional statement. The conditions use the comparison operators like equal, equals to, not equals to, greater than, less than, greater than or equal to, less than or equal to evaluate the expression. We can also use the logical operators like and, or, not for combining the multiple conditions. So one of the important factor is the indentation. If you see, so while writing this code, the block that comes inside if should have a tab. Okay, it should have a proper indentation, otherwise it will give an syntax error. For example, if I put like this, you see already our IDE is showing an error. So the indentation is a very important while using these statements, these keywords, right? If, else, if and else, you should maintain the proper indentation. Let us try this exercise. Write a program to find a number is even or odd. How do you find a given number is even or odd? If the number is completely divisible by 2, then the number is even. If it is not, then the number is odd. For this exercise, we will be using the remainder operator. First, let us ask the user to enter or an input a number using the input keyword. Enter the number. Then this number will be in string format. So let us convert into integer format using the typecasting. And after that, we can put a condition: if the number is equals to 0, that means print number is even. Okay, else we can put number is odd. Let us try and execute this program. Enter the number. I will give it as 5. 5 should be odd. Correct. Enter the number 10. 10 is an even. 0. 0 is an even number. Yes. Again, let us give a big number as 101. It's an odd. Let us discuss loops in Python. Loops in Python are used to repeat a block of code multiple times under a specific condition is met. They help in automating repetitive tasks and make the code more efficient. Python basically supports the two types of loops: for loop and a while loop. For loop iterates over a sequence like list, ranges, strings, then tuples, sets, the dictionaries, etc. Whereas while loop repeats a particular piece of code or a particular block of code as long as the condition is true. Let us understand how the for loop works, the syntax of the for loop. So for that, we'll have to first define a list. For example, let me write fruits list. Fruits contains within our brackets apples, comma apple. I can copy paste this. I can put it as banana, grapes and orange. Okay, if I want to print each of these elements, I can use the for loops. Okay, I can basically iterate over the entire list and try to access the each element of this particular list and try to print them. For that, I will have to use for. Then I will have to use for, I think I can give a variable for fruit in fruits. Okay, what we are doing is we are iterating over fruits and then storing the each element. For example, for the first iteration it is apple. Apple will be stored under fruit. Okay, then what I am doing is I will try to print fruit. So this particular piece of code goes over the sequence, that is the list here, and then it puts the individual element into the fruit variable here, and then I am trying to print here. Okay, let us try to execute it. First it got in the first iteration it got apple and it stored apple into the variable fruit, and then I'm printing apple. The second iteration, it is banana. For the third iteration, it is grape, and for the fourth iteration, it is orange. We can also demonstrate for loop with the help of Python's range function. Range function is a built-in function used to generate a sequence of numbers. It has a start point, it has an end point, and it also has a step that basically tells the difference between the consecutive numbers. By default, the value is 1. Let us go and use this range function. The syntax for range is for number, then we can give in, we can use range function. First it takes a starting number, where to start, then it takes an ending number, and then it takes the step. So what I am telling here, start from 1, go up to 21 with a step of 2. Then I will give print number. You see, it started at 1 and it ended at 19, because the last number it goes up to 20 minus 1, that is 19. So we can also use this without a step. If I give it as a 10, it prints up to 9. If you give it as 11, it prints up to 10, that is it goes up to n minus 1. So if n is 11, then it prints up to 10. That is how basically we can use a range function. Let us try to use a while loop. While loop keeps running until a condition becomes a false. By default, the while loop runs once. Okay, the syntax of while is while, then you will have to give the condition. As for example, I will give count is less than or equal to 5, and before using the count, I should basically initialize the count equals to 0, then I can print count. Okay, by default I am injecting an error here. Let us go and execute this program and see what happens. Your program is continuously executing in an infinite loop. Let us break this. It is not breaking. Yeah, let us stop this. Yeah, it stopped. So this is what I wanted to explain you. The while loop is sometimes unsafe to use if you don't know how to handle it. In this case, what we have done, we have not incremented count. Every time the count, the value of count is 0. 0 is always less than or equal to 5. That is why the loop is executed in an infinite fashion. So keep it in mind while using the while loop. You should always increment the variable. Okay, so you will have to use the while in a safe manner. So to use that, what I can do is count equals to count plus 1. Every time within the loop, the count value increment by 1. So this will start with 0 and this will go up to 5 because count is less than or equal to 5. So we are also checking for the condition equal to 5. Let us see what is the outcome. See, it printed 0 till 5. Okay, so while using the while loop, you will have to keep it in mind that you should not allow the while loop to enter into the infinite loop, right? That is what you need to take care. This is how basically the while loop works. The break and continue are the two important keywords that you need to understand in the context of loop. They are called as control statements in the loop. The break basically breaks the loop, exits the loop immediately, while continue skips a particular iteration. Let us try to use this. And for example, for number in a range of let us start with 0. 0 to 21. This goes up to 20, 0 to 20, and let's try to print only the even number. Okay, so if a number, so we'll have to use percentage operator equals to 0. Then, so if you want to print the even number, then you will have to, if it is not equals to 0, then you can basically continue. So else print the number, because the number is an even number. Okay, what I am doing, I am iterating from 0 to 21. Whenever the number is not divisible by 2, that means it has a remainder not properly divisible by 2, then I am continuing. Otherwise I am printing. Basically it is printing the even number. Let us go and execute this statement. See, started with 0, 2, 4, 6, 8 and 10. So it is printing the even number. Now let us try to use break. In the place of continue, let us put break statement. It basically exits the loop. Okay, so what happens, as soon as this particular, as soon as the control comes into this particular block of code that comes to the inside the if statement, then the loop get exited, right? Control comes out of the loop and the program ends. This happens when the number is 1, right? Because when the number is 0, it does not go inside, it will come to the else part. When the number is 1, it gets into the loop and then it executes the break statement. So the program just prints 0 and it comes out. Let us try to execute this. You see, it just printed 0 and after that it came out of the loop and came out of the program. This is because of the break statement. This is how we can basically break the loop. If you want another statement, we can also use, like if the number is equals to, if the number is equals to 10, then you can break. Okay, else you can print, a number. As soon as the number becomes 10, it breaks the loop. That means it prints from 0 to 9. Let us go and execute this. It prints from 0 to 9. This is how basically you can make use of the control statements. Let us try to build a calculator that perform the operation on two numbers, basically the addition, subtraction and multiplication. So how do we build this? First we will have to ask the user to input two numbers and an operator. This will need to store in as an number 1, number 2, operator is equal to separated by space. Okay, then what you have to do here, we'll have to split them based on space. So these two numbers we'll have to convert them into integers because they are stored as a strings. So I will make it as int number 1, similarly number 2 is equal to number 2 here. After that we have an operator. We can put if the operator is equal to plus sign colon, then result equals to number 1 plus number 2. Okay, then I can put it as elif the operator equals to minus operator equal to minus, then it is number 1 minus number 2. Elif, again we can put it as elif if the operator equals to multiplication operator, then the result equals to number 1 multiplied by number 2. The final condition is the else condition. What we can do is, when you can say that we can print operator, we can do the format printing, format printing is F, telling that operator then is not supported. Hope you understood this program. Initially I am asking the user to enter two numbers and an operator separated by a space. Then I am splitting and storing in these three variables. Then wherever I need a number, I am converting into an integer, or I can also convert into float. That is better, right? I am converting into float. If I put 10.5 the decimal numbers, then this is good. And then I am hovering over the operator and trying to find the result, right? Trying to find the results. If it is if it is an addition, I am performing addition. If it is subtraction, I am performing subtraction. If it is multiplication, I am supporting multiplication. For other operators, I am saying that this operator is not supported. Okay, and what I can do, I can also do print the results, and I can also print the result. I can also print the results. Okay, let us try execute this program. Give it as 10 plus answer is 20. Again, let us try to execute 20. 10 is the operator is minus, then the result is 10. Let us again try to execute 10 and 2, the operator is multiplication, answer is 20. Let us try to execute 10 and 2, the operation is division, it says operator is not supported. Let tries to do again 10, 20, I want to find out a remainder, it says operator is not supported. So this is how we can build a simple calculator. Another concept inside loop is a nested loop. Nested loop is basically having two loops. One is the inside loop, another one is an outside loop. Let us try to see how to use a nested loop. Nested loops are very useful when you are dealing with the multi-dimensional arrays, right? The data with multi-dimensional format, like it has rows and columns. In such cases, if you want to iterate over the rows and columns, then you will have to use the loop inside the loop. Let us try this exercise, printing a matrix with 3 rows and columns and 3 columns, and I want the output to be something like this. So if you see, matrix is a 2-dimensional array. It has got the inner columns and outer rows. So what we have to do, first we will have to use a for loop, that is to build a column. We will do as for column in range of 1 to 4, because we want to print the 3 numbers, right? There are three columns here. So if I make it as 4, that will be 4 minus 1, 3 times, right? So then for this I will have to use a variable called as count equals to 0. Then what I have to do, I can also use count equals to 1 here, and then print a count, after that I will make count equals to count plus 1. So in this way I can build the columns. So it is 3 columns, and if I execute this, you see it is 1, 2 and 3. So now I will have to bring the row here. The row is also like a for loop with row in a same range of 1 to 4, because we have 3 rows, and entire this statement should go inside. Now let us see what happens. It is trying to print a count, but the count goes like 3 into 3 times. So this will be executed first. The range will be 1, then it will complete the entire column, right? So let us try to do this way 2 times. That means I am executing only one row, and let us see what happens. The row will be executed once, and the column will be executed how many times? It is executed will be 3 times. It will be executed 3 times. So it will only print 0. So it will only print 1, 2, 3. It will only print 1, 2, 3. Now let us increment by 1. That is 2 times. The row will be executed 2 times. So the loop will be in total, it will be executed 2 times. That means 3 into 2. So 6 numbers it will be going to print, starting from 1 to 6. Executed 6 times. And if I execute another time, another increase by one more time, that it will be incremented. This will be executed 3 times, multiplied by this will trigger 3 times. So 3 into 3, total 9 times. So the answer is 9. But the format is somewhat not correct. So what we have to do, we'll have to format the printing, giving. So every time when you print, it goes to the new line. In order to overcome that, there is a concept called end, that we can make it as a space. Okay, then now if I do this, it will print. Now it was printing vertically, now it will print horizontally. See the difference now. It printed everything horizontal, but still we could not achieve this format. What we have to do, after these 3, we'll have to give a new line, right? We'll have to give a new line that happens outside of this break. So when it comes out of this printing 3, so when it prints the first 3, right, 1, 2, 3, then it will come out of this loop and it will go to the outer loop. So as soon as we come out of the inner loop, we'll have to give another print statement, and just gives as a blank, don't give anything. It will print a new line, right? It will print a new line, so that 4, 5, 6 will come to the next line. In the next loop, next iteration, 7, 8, 9 will come to the next line. This is how we can basically format the printing. See, first it gave 1, 2, 3. For instead of this, I can also give like this, something like this. Let us see what happens. Yeah, first time it has printed this, it has added that. So what I can do is, basically I can put a new line here. So let us see what happens. See, it did like this, right? 1, 2, 3, new line, this particular line, again new line, this particular line. So in order to overcome that, the simple thing what we can do is just don't print anything. This will automatically insert a new line, right? So this is how we wanted to print, and we achieved this. So this is how the nested loop works. Nested loop is nothing but one loop inside the another loop. So this is the outer loop and this is the inner loop. If you have a data with multidimensional data formats, then you can easily parse them, or you can access them using the nested loops. In today's video, we will explore one of the core features of Python named Python collections. In Python, collection is a single variable that can store multiple values of different data types. So the important aspects to consider here is a single variable that can store multiple values of different data types. If you have seen our earlier videos, so we have explored the variables that can only store one value at a time. For example, like name as test troop, age is 25. But in case of collection, you can store the multiple values in a single variable. For example, the values stored in the two variables like name and age can be stored into the single variable called as a user detail list like test troop, 25. In case of the list, the items are separated by the comma parameters. So for a better readability, you can also use another collection called as dictionaries, which is of type key value and pair, which gives more readability here. You can tell name colon test troop, where the key is name and the value stored in that particular key is test troop, and age colon 25. This is how you can store a multiple values into a single variable, either using list or using dictionary. This makes handling the related data more efficient and organized. We will also see the different types of collection supported by the Python with its own unique features. Python provides 4 different collection types like list, tuple, set and dictionaries. They are distinguished based on 4 key properties. They are ordered. Are the elements stored in a different sequence? Mutable. Can the elements be modified after creation? Each of these 4 types, list, tuple, sets and dictionaries, are collections. But what makes them different? Understanding these properties will help you choose the right collection type for your needs. Let us dive deeper into each one of them. They can be distinguished based on 4 key properties. They are ordered. Are the elements of the collection stored in a defined sequence? Mutable. Can the elements be modified after creation? Indexable. Can element be accessed using an index? Duplicate handling. Does the collection allow duplicate values? Let us start with list. List is an ordered, mutable and indexable collection that can allow the duplicate values. That means the elements in a list are stored in an order that it is created. They are mutable. Once the list is created, we can change the elements of the list. And indexable, each element in the list can be accessed via the index and you can have the duplicate values. Okay. In Python, lists are created. So you should have a variable name, then equals to, then start with the square bracket. This represents a list in Python. Well, this is basically an empty list. Okay, this does not contain any of the elements. Let us try to print this list. Now let us try to execute. So it is printing as the empty list. Okay, let's try to add few elements into the list, like the fruits, like apple. So each element is separated by a comma. So then banana, then you can add, I will copy from here, as orange. This list has 3 elements like apple, banana and orange. Okay, and it says that it is an ordered. So when you try to retrieve the list, when you try to print the list, it will print in the same order that is being created. So Let us check the ordered property. Let's try to print it. So it says apple, banana and orange. This is the way that we created a list, and we also retrieve the list using the same order. So lists are the ordered one. Now let us try to understand the indexing concept. The indexes are used to retrieve the elements from the list. If you see, in case of fruit list, we have three elements like apple, banana and orange. They are stored in a memory in a order they are created. So always the first element in a list can be accessed via the index 0. Always the index starts with 0, then the second element with 1 and third element with 2. Okay. So this particular list contains 3 elements. There is also a function in Python where you can find number of elements in a given collection using the length function. So this is called as a positive indexing, start with 0 till the last element in the list. Collections also support negative indexing. Negative index always starts with -1, that represent the last element in a list. Then it goes -2, -3 and so on to access the different elements in the list in a reverse order. Let us try to access the element of the list using the index. Let's start with the positive indexing. So it always starts with the 0. The 0 corresponds the first element in a list. 0 corresponds to apple here. Then 1 corresponds to banana and 2 corresponds to orange. Let us try to print this. You see apple, banana and orange. Let us try with the negative indexing. This will print the list in a reverse order. -2 and -3. -1 corresponds to orange, -2 corresponds to banana and -3 corresponds to apple. Let us try to execute this. You see the list got printed in a reverse order. Let us try to see how to slice the list. You can slice the list using the index. For example, I want to print only apple and banana. Then you can say I want to print from the index 0 to, that is a colon, till 2. Okay, I don't want to print orange, so I want to print up to 2. That is only the first two elements. Okay, 0 and 1. So it stops at as soon as it encounters the 2. That means it is going to print me only the 2 values, apple and banana. So let's try to execute this. You see, so we retrieved apple and banana, and if you extend up to 3, so I want to print 0, 1 and 2. So exclude after that, exclude the element from 3 onwards, right? So let us try to execute this. It gave me apple, banana and orange. Similarly, we can give I want from 1 to 3, that is start with the 1, that is banana, and go up to 3. Don't include 3 but go up to 3, that is banana and orange. Okay, so let us see. This is 1, this is 2, this is 3. 3 will be excluded. After 3 it will be excluded. So it will print only banana and orange. It will print only banana and orange. And if you want to print cherry and date, then you can say 0, 1, 2, 3, 0, 1, 2, 3. So you can give it as 3. This is 4 and this is 5. So we can print up to 5. So it will print 3 and 4. Okay. So let us try to execute this. You got cherry and date. This is how you can slice a list and you can store this into another variable. For example, I can say that fruit list part equals to, and then if I print the list part, then it should give me only cherry and date. So this is how we can slice the given list and store a part of the list into another variable. So another way of accessing the list using the for loop. So you can use the for loop. The syntax is for fruit in fruit list. Okay, this will perform basically an iteration. So it will iterate over the entire list and try to pick each element and assign each element into fruit. So the spelling is wrong. Okay, then you have to have an indentation and try to print fruit. So each iteration it gets a value. For example, first iteration it gets apple and stores into fruit, and we are trying to print fruit. So second iteration it is banana. So it will print each element. Okay, it iterates over the entire list and try to print each element. Let us go and try to execute this. See, started with apple, banana, orange, cherry, date and berry. So let us make it as berry for simple understanding. So it prints all the elements in a list. You can also iterate over each element of list using a for loop and indexing. For that you need to know the length of the list. Python provides a function called length to identify a length of given collection. So we can have a variable called fruit list len equals to length of the fruit list. Here the value should be 6 because there are 6 elements in a list. Okay, so we can print this. Let us try to execute this. You see the value 6 here. So you can basically navigate or iterate over each element of a list using a for loop with an index. For index for that we will be using a range operator which will start with 0 and which will go up to the length of the list. Then we will try to print the fruit list with an index. The first time the index is 0, then it is fruit list of 0, that is apple. Second time 1, it will be banana, and so on. Let's try to execute this. You see, using the length and index and the for loop, you can also iterate over each element of a list. Now let us try to understand different ways of adding an element to a list. The first one is using a keyword called append. So this is using an append. And before that, let us try to see what are all the functionalities, what are the functions that we can perform with the list. For that we can use a function called dir. So let us do a print then dir of this particular variable. Then it says what are the operations that basically we can do with the list. There are a lot of functions. For example, so we can do an append, that is for appending using clear. You can clear, copy, count. Count is now counting the number of elements in a list. You can extend a list, you can index a list, insert, pop, remove, reverse, sort, all those things. So we will try to understand all these functions one by one. So the append is the first function that can be used to, that is basically used to append a list. So when you say list as a mutable, that means that the elements of the list can be changed after it created. So this can be done using an operator called append. Append always adds an element to the end of the list, but if you want to add an element in between somewhere, you will have to use a function called insert. So let us try to use this called insert. Insert takes 2 parameters. The first one is an index where the new element to be added and the value of the element. For example, if I want to add a melon in the index 1, that is after apple, then I can give it as 1 comma melon, right? So if I try to execute this, you see after apple the melon got added. Okay, this is how you can basically use an insert function to add an element anywhere in the list. Next method is called as an extend method. So using an append and insert, you could only append a single value at a time, but using an extend, you can add a multiple values. For example, I want to add date and berry to the fruit list, then I can use fruit list, then I have to use using extend keyword, then I will have to add a new list, and then I'll have to add an values. Okay, so this list will get extended with two more the values, but these values will be added at the end of the list. That means after cherry comes date and then berry. Okay, you see after cherry we added two elements called date and berry. So extend keyword is used to add number of elements to the list, but at the end of the list. So append, insert and extend methods are used to add an element to the list. Now let us try to understand what are the methods that we can use, methods or function that we can use to remove the elements from a list. The first method that we can use to remove an element using a pop method. Okay, so you can use a fruit list dot pop, that will always remove a last element in a list. Okay, so if I use pop, then berry will be gone if you don't pass any parameter. By default it always remove the last element in a list. So if you see, berry is gone. Okay, so if you want to remove a particular element, then you will have to give an index to the pop. For example, I want to remove apple from the list, then I'll have to pass an index as 0. Okay, let us try to execute this. You see apple is gone, only banana, orange, cherry and date and berry are remaining. So this is how you can use pop. Pop comes with two variation, without any argument, that means it removes the last element. With an index, it will remove the element from that particular index. The second function that we can use for remove is the remove itself. So we'll have to give dot remove dot remove. This will remove a particular element, but we'll have to pass a value. For example, if I pass as an orange, this will remove an orange from the list. See, orange is gone from the list. So another method to remove is the clear method. Clear will remove all the elements in a list. So no parameter to be passed. So when I try to execute this, you see now the list has become empty. It removed all the elements in a list. These are the methods like pop with parameter, without parameter, then the remove with the value, and the clear can be used to remove the element from a list. Now modifying the list, you can modify the list using an index. For example, if you want grapes instead of apple, then you can change using the index. Fruits of the apple is at index 0, so it should be replaced with grapes. So the apple will be replaced with grapes. You see, grapes, banana and orange, apple is been replaced here. If you want to print the list in a reverse order, you can use the reverse function like print. Sorry, I already have the print statement. Then I'll have to use a function called reverse. No parameter needed. So just okay, let us do this here and let us try to print a fruit list. You see, it printed the list in a reverse order. So next, sorting of the list. So you can use a sort function to sort the list in an alphabetical order. Okay, so if I give a sort, and then if I try to print, first it comes apple, then banana, I think, then cherry, or berry. For example, after banana, berry comes, and after that cherry comes, and so on. Let us try to print this. So if you see apple, banana, berry, cherry, date and orange, this is how we can use the sort function. It sorts based on the alphabetical order. And for example, if an array is, if a list is of type number, for example, if it is number, then I have 1, then I have 4, then I have 6, then I have 2, then I have a 3. Then if I give number dot sort, okay, then if I print a number, by default it will be in ascending order from 1 to highest number. You see 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 6, and I can also specify how the sorts should be. So you can also specify like reverse equal to true. That means it will be in a descending order. The biggest number will be printed first, then it goes to the next number, and so on. The last number that it will print is the smallest number. So here the order is changed, 6, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is the two variation of the sort we can use. Sort without any parameter, this will be the default sort. Sort with reverse equal to true, that means it is in the descending order. Now we have two lists here, one is a fruit and one is a number, and you want to merge these two lists. Okay, that you can do, or you can, if you want to combine these two lists, then you can do it as combine equals to fruit list 1 plus number. Okay, then we can print combined list. Try to execute this. The second list will be appended to the first list, but it will be always after the last element of the first list. You see, it got appended after the last element. This is all about list. We saw how to declare an empty list, how to add an element to the list, how to remove the elements from the list, how to modify the list content, and so on. Okay, so in a list we saw that list is an ordered, mutable, indexable, and it can allow the duplicate values. So I did not demonstrate the duplicate values. Let us go and do that as well. So I will remove that. So we saw ordered. So ordered means the way it is created, and in the same order you can basically retrieve it. Mutable, we can change the list using an append, extend, insert. And indexable, you can also access the elements of the list using an index. Now I try to show the duplicate values. So you can have a same value in a list. For example, I can have apple 2 times in a list. Okay, when I try to print, so list allows the duplicate values. So it stores the duplicate value. So it does not basically perform a check whether I already have an element called apple. So it allows the duplicate values. This is about list, and these are all the properties that are associated with the list. Now let us understand another collection variable called tuple. Tuples are an ordered, immutable, and indexable collection that allows the duplicates. So only difference between a list and tuple is immutable. That means once it is created, you cannot change the content of a tuple. Let us try to see how to create a tuple. So tuples can be created with the variable name equals to the bracket like this. It will create a tuple, and you can print a tuple. This is basically an empty tuple. There is an empty tuple, and you can also try to see print type of. Let us see what it gives. It gives a classes tuple. Similarly, if you have for example here, right, so this is a fruit which is a list, so I can also yeah, so this is wrong, so I will have to use here, 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 here. So if I try to print the type of fruit list here, it should give me class as a list. Okay, here it is class as a tuple. This is how you can create an empty tuple. Now let us try to add an elements to the tuple at a time of creation, and if you print, so you can retrieve in the same order that is being created. That is why you say that tuple is an ordered collection. So now let us try to access the elements in a tuple. You can access the elements in a tuple using an index, right? So for example, it's the same. It also supports both the positive and negative indexing. For example, fruit tuple of 0 should give me an apple. You see, it will give me a value as an apple, and if I try negative indexing which starts with a -1, it will give me the last element. So this is an orange. Okay, this is how using an index you can access an element of a tuple. A tuple can also have the multiple different types. For example, here all the elements are of type strings, but you can also add a number like 1, 2, 3. So you can also try to print a tuple. It also supports mixed data type. Okay, for a time being I will remove this. You can also use slice here like what we did with the list. So let us try to add more elements, maybe like cherry, date, berry. Okay, and I want to create a subtuple that should have only cherry, date and berry, and for that we can slice it from the index. It is 0, 1, 2, 3. I should start from 3, then this is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I will have to queue up to 6. Then I will print subtuple and see what it gives. So it gave me cherry, date and berry. This is how basically you can create a subtuple using the main tuple and giving a slicing parameter, that is the index start with and index end with. So we can also iterate to the tuple using a for loop. For example, for in fruit tuple. So for the syntax is wrong. For fruit in this particular tuple, and then print fruit. So this loop iterates over each element of a tuple and try to assign to the fruit, and then we are printing it. So we can also use an indexing operator, and for that indexing with for that you need to know the length of the tuple, that you can get it from a function called length that gives you the length of the tuple. You can also use print length of the tuple here, and then you can remove this. There should be 1 2 3 4 5 6 elements. This is 6. I'll also remove this, and after that what we can do is we can use a for loop with an index, for index in range that starts with 0, and that should end with sorry, and that should end with the length. Then I'll have to print the tuple with an index, with an index, and then I have to close this bracket. So let us remove this, try to do this. Sorry, I have made some mistake here. This is not the variable, this is a variable. See, so you can see now. So we can able to iterate over each element of the tuple using the indexing and with the help of a for loop. Now let us try to see the immutable property of a tuple. Okay, for this what we can do is we will try to change the element of a tuple. Like for example, I want to change apple with melon. You should not allow this because already you see there is an error. So we'll try to execute this and see what happens. See, the tuple object does not support item assignment. Okay, this is because it is immutable. We cannot change the content or an element of the tuple once it is created. In that way, it is very safe actually. The tuple also allows duplication. For example, you can also add apple here, and you can print a tuple. You see, it handles the duplication. It does not support the duplicate check. You can add the same element any number of times that you want to. Now let us try to see how to combine the two tuples. I will remove apple from here, and I will add another one called as numbers, and it will be like 1, 2, 3. Then we can have combine that is equals to tuple plus numbers. We'll have to use the plus operator here. Then if I try to print combine, you should contain the fruits along with the numbers. It is appended it will shown at the end basically. This is how basically you can combine two tuples. Now let us try to see how we can count the occurrence of particular element in a given tuple, and for that tuple basically provides a function called you can use a print, then tuple called, I think the function is count, then you'll have to pass a value as apple. Then if you see, it says that apple has occurred 2 times. If you again add an apple in between, it should show me 3 times. Okay, this is how we can use the count function. Now let us try to see what are the functions or methods that is provided by a tuple. For that, we will have to use a keyword called dir and then pass the tuple. And if you come to the end, and you see here it gives an count, it gives an index. Index is basically used to get an index. Let us try to use that. So for a time being, let us use print the tuple dot index of apple. It always returns the first occurrence. Okay, it always returns the first occurrence of the apple. Yes, so that is, I think this is 0. Here it should give me an answer as 0, and if I give it as orange, it will give it as 0, 1, 2. So it will be 2. The value will be 2. So this is how we can use the index operator. Then we used count. Then yes, these are only the functions that are exposed here that we can use it. So length function we used. Yes, then count and index. So we covered all the functions that are exposed by the tuple. We saw that tuples are immutable, but in some cases you may have to change the value of the element in a tuple. So in such cases, there is an workaround. So you will have to convert the tuple into a list. So tuple into a list. Then you can convert this using a function called as a list. Then you will have to pass the tuple as a parameter to this function. So basically, the list function will convert a tuple into a list. If you're using a list, you can basically change an element because they are mutable. So let us see what it gives now. Print this particular list. Then it should basically give me the list. This is how basically we can convert a tuple into list, and then we can play around with the elements of a list. So you can modify them and we can remove them. All the operations that we performed with the list can be performed here. Okay, but you cannot change, you cannot add and remove the element of a tuple once it is created. That is why it is called as an immutable collection. Let us try to explore sets. Sets are an unordered, mutable and unique collections that does not allow any duplication. Sets are unordered. That means the elements of the sets are not stored in the same order that they are created. In Python, you can create a set variable with the variable name equals to the flower bracket, inside which you can add the values. I'll simply copy paste this, and then I'll try to print this set. So here you can observe two things. One is it will not be displayed in the same order that the sets are created. That means sets are unordered. Second thing is it will not allow you to store the duplicate. That means here I have the 3 occurrences of apple. So while printing, it will only show 1 occurrence of apple. Let us go and try to execute this. And you see here we have berry, you have orange, we have apple, cherry, banana and date. And apple we have 3 occurrences, but while displaying it has shown only one occurrence. That is one of the properties of set, that it does not allow any duplication. Another thing is we have stored, we have created a set with an order like apple, banana, orange, but while displaying it shows in a different order. That means the elements of the sets are unordered. Okay, they are not stored in the same order that it is created. They are mutable as well. That means you can delete or you can add the elements to the set once it is been created. Unlike the list and tuples, set do not support indexing because they are unordered. You cannot directly access an element using an index. Since you cannot access the element of a set using the index, the only way to access the element of a set is using the for loop. Using a for loop, you can iterate over the elements of the set and print them one by one. A fruit in the set, then you can print a fruit. Here for loop iterates over each elements of the fruit set and stores in a fruit variable, and then basically we are printing the fruit variable. Let us try to execute this. You see, the first statement, the outcome is coming from this print statement. Then you can see the for loop iterates over each elements of the fruit set and try to print the elements. For this you have to take the set variable, then use the function update, then you will have to pass the list of items like this, and instead of it I will add it as grapes and nuts. Now let us try to execute this. If you see, you have grapes, apple, berry, cherry, banana, orange, date and nuts. So the grapes and nuts are the two elements that we have added. In this way you can also add the multiple elements into the sets. Now let us see how to remove a particular element from a set. In order to remove a particular element, you will have to use the function variable with the function remove, where you have to give the element. For example, I want to remove an orange, then I will have to pass orange as a parameter. So let us try to execute this. See, in the set we don't see orange. Orange is removed using the function remove. Remove function throws an error in case a particular element is not found. For example, if I try to remove something called nuts from the fruit set where we don't have a nuts, right? Where we don't have an element called nuts, in case if you're trying to remove that particular element, then Python will throw an error. For example, it says that key error, it could not find nuts. So in order to overcome that, there is another function called as discard. With the discard, you can try to remove an element that is not available. If that particular element is not available, then Python will not throw any error. If that particular element is available, then it will remove from the set. Let us try to execute this. So you see, there is no error operation that is being done. So if I try to remove an orange now, so it will remove an orange. Okay, if the element is found, then it will remove. If the element is not there, then it will not throw any error, unlike the remove function. There is also another function to remove an element which is called as an pop. Which removes an random item. Okay, we don't know which element it is going to remove, but it is always removes the random item. So let us try to execute this. So in this case we have berry, we have cherry, and I think it has removed a banana. So let us execute again. So now it will remove another element. Now banana is present, it has removed, I think orange is also there, cherry, it has removed the date. If I again execute, it removes the some other element. So it is we really don't know which element it is going to be removed. We also have another function called as clear, which removes all the elements. Okay, so let us try to execute this. If you see, the set is empty. So we have an empty set here actually. So it removed all the elements from the set. The two important operations that you can perform with the set are set union and set intersection. The unions are the combination of two sets. It combines the two sets and takes only the unique elements from each of these sets. Whereas the intersection will only give a set with the common elements. Let us try to understand this with the help of an example. Let us try to perform an union operation. For this, I will have another variable called fruit set A, which has got apple and banana in common, and then I will add grapes and then nuts, and I will remove the dates and berry. So if I try to perform the union operation can be performed using the OR operator or the function called set union. Okay, so you can also do like print set A OR operator. This is an OR operator, and set A. So when I try to print them, it will print the combination of the two sets, keeping only the unique values. Okay, let us try to execute this. So here I have an apple, here also I have an apple, here I have a banana, here I have a banana. So it will remove the duplicates and it will have only apple, banana, orange, cherry, date, berry, and grapes and nuts. This is what it is being displayed here. So another way of doing the union is, so what we can do is a print, then we can take a first set, then we can use a function called union, then you can use a function called union. You will have to pass a parameter as another set. Okay, this performs the union operation and it will give the combination of two sets, removing the duplicates. This is how union works. And similarly, you can also perform an intersection operation. Intersection is basically using an AND operator. So you can use then here the common elements are apple and banana. So this operation will print us apple and banana. You see, it is going to print only the common element. You can also do this with the help of a function called intersection, and you have to pass the another set. So here you have apple and banana, which are common. It should print apple and banana. This is how union and intersection operations works with the set. There is one more function called as the difference, which basically prints the elements which are there in the first set and not in the second set. Okay, so let us try to do this. So for that I have to use set 1 dot difference of set 2, then I have to close the bracket. So it will print whatever the values that are part of set 1 which is not present in set 2. So set 1 and set 2 has commonly apple and banana, but orange, cherry, date and berry are only present in set 1. It is not present in the set 2. So it is going to basically print us the orange, cherry, date and berry. That is what the difference is. So it is going to print date, orange, berry and cherry, because these elements are only present in a set 1 which is not present in a set 2. The difference is always calculated like which is present in the first set, not present in the second set. Dictionaries. Dictionaries are the collections. They store the data in a key value pair. they used to be unordered in the earlier version of Python, but in the later version, that is 3.7 and above, they are ordered and they are also mutable. And one thing that we need to remember in case of dictionary is the key must be unique. The syntax for creating a dictionary is the variable name, then equals to, then you will have to open a flower bracket and you have to close the flower bracket. Then you will have to start with the key. Here the name is a key, then colon and the value, followed by a comma. Then if you want to add more elements, you will have to add by using a comma. Then again you will have to give a key and a value, then again a key and a value. So dictionary basically stores and data in a key value pair. Let us try to print this dictionary. I am using a higher version of Python. I am using the version which is greater than 3.7. So in my case, I should be able to retrieve the dictionary in an ordered form, the order in which it is created. Let us go and execute this. You see, it's displaying in the same order that it is been created. Accessing the elements of a dictionary. The element of a dictionary can be accessed using a key. If you want to access the value New York, then you will have to use a key as city. The syntax for this is open. You should open a bracket and then you should pass a key as an argument here. Then if I try to execute this, you see it's giving me the value that is stored in the key called city. Similarly, if you want to access a value 25 which is stored in a key age, then you will have to pass this key. Then you see it retrieved 25. This is how basically we can access a value that is stored in the dictionary. One of the disadvantage of accessing a dictionary element using this method is this method will throw an error if the particular key is not available in a dictionary. For example, if I use fruit here and the key fruit is not available in this dictionary, if I try to execute it, it will throw me an key error. So in order to access the dictionary element safely, the Python provides a function called as get that can be used along with the dictionary variable. So you'll have to use dot operator, you'll have to type get. Now you will have to pass the key. It should retrieve me 25, and if I put it as fruit, this will give me a value as none. It's telling that this particular element is not present in the dictionary. See, instead of none, if you want to assign a default value, if a particular element is not present in a dictionary, if you want to print a value as 0, then you can pass another parameter to the get function as what default value it has to present, right? For example, I can also give it as a string as not found. Let's try to execute it. It says it is not found. Or I can also give an integer telling that if it is 0, that means it is not found. So whatever the value I pass it as a default value, it will print if the key is not present in a dictionary. Python provides the functions like keys, values and items to basically retrieve the keys and values from a given dictionaries. Keys will retrieve the keys from a given dictionary. Values will retrieve the corresponding values from a given dictionary. Items will retrieve both the keys and values. So let us try to use this. So you can use this with the help of the dictionary variable. Then you will have to type keys, and without any parameter, if you try to print, it will give you a list. List with all the keys. Here if you see, name, age and city are the keys. Similarly, if I give values instead of keys, this basically will display all the values like Alice, 25 and New York. And if I use item, it should basically give me key and value both. It gives as a tuple. It gives a list of tuples with the key value pair, and the first element will be name and the value is Alice, age and 25, city and New York as a array of tuples. This is very useful, using which you can basically iterate over a given dictionary. Okay, let us do that. Using the keys, let us try to iterate over each element of a dictionary and retrieve the value that is stored in a key. And for this, you will have to use a for loop. For key in dictionary dot keys, then you will have to use print and dictionary, then you will have to pass key here. So this basically, this function will iterate over a dictionary and try to get a list of keys. At each time, the keys will be, one key will be stored in key. For example, for the first time, name will be stored in key, second time age will be stored, and third time city will be stored in a key. And then using this key, you can retrieve the value. So you can also use a formatted print, like we can give it as F, and then you can bring it like this. I think this has to go out, and then you can say the key is colon key and value is colon value that is stored in that particular key. The key is, sorry, you will have to give it in the yes, key is name and value is Alice, key is age and value is 25. This is how basically you can use keys to iterate over a dictionary and try to print the value that is stored in a particular key. Now let us try to modify the values that are stored in a particular key. To do that, you will have to use a variable, then you will have to pass the key, and you can give a new value. As instead of Alice, I will give test troop. Let us try to execute this, and now we'll have to use a print statement. Print my dictionary. You see, the value initially was Alice, then it is overwritten by the new value called test true. In this way, you can change in this way you can change the value of one key at a time. If you want to change a multiple values, then you will have to use an update function. Let us use update function. Update function has to be used along with the dictionary variable. Then I'll have to call update, and we'll have to pass a parameter as a dictionary that we want to change. For example, if I want to change these two values, so I will have to give the two values that I want to change. Basically, instead of name here, I can give it as test true, and age I will change to 30. So in one go, we can change the multiple values using the update function. Let us go and execute this. See, name is changed to test true from Alice and age is changed to 30 from 25. This is how you can use the update function. Now let us check how to remove an item from a dictionary. For this you can use a function called pop dot pop. Here you have to specify the key that you want to remove. For example, I will give it as city. Then it will remove this particular key value pair from the dictionary. So now we have only 2 items. Python provides another function called as pop item. So let us use that function. Python provides another function called as pop item. This function pop item does not take any parameter. This is going to remove the last element that is inserted into the dictionary. In our case, this is city. Let us go and execute this. So if you see, it has removed the last inserted element into the dictionary. If you want to delete the entire list, then you can use a function called clear. This will delete all the content in a dictionary and leaving out the empty dictionary. See, the dictionary is empty now. We have already seen how to iterate over a dictionary using keys, and we also seen that Python provides the 3 important functions like keys, values and items, which are very useful to retrieve an element of an dictionary. Using these 3 keywords, you can also iterate over the entire dictionary. The key already we have seen, but still we will use it with the for loop. For key in my dict dot keys, then we'll have to give print key. This will give the key, and if I put print of a key, this will give the value. Let us go and execute this. If you see, the key is name and value is Alice. Okay. Similarly, we can also use values, a value in values. Then you can directly print the value. Then it will only retrieve the values from the dictionary. So it printed Alice, 25 and New York. If you want both of them, then you can basically use items. Then you will have to give the 2 parameter key comma value. You have to give key comma value, key comma value in my dict dot items. So we have seen the items basically returns an array of tuples, and each values in tuple will contain the 2 values, right? For example, so let us comment this, and if I see a print of my dictionary items, this will print me an array of tuples. So tuple contains 2 elements, the key and a value. So when I try to iterate over a dictionary using an item, it retrieves me a tuple with 2 values, and that 2 values I am unpacking and storing in 2 variables, key and value. So then I'll remove this, and I can use the format F and close the bracket. Then I can give key, then I can give a space here, and I can give a value. Let us try to execute this. You see, name Alice, age 25, and city is New York. So this is how we can retrieve both the keys and values using items function. Now we will perform certain operations with the dictionaries, like check a particular key is present in a dictionary or not. For that you will have to use in operator. For example, you can check print the key name in the dictionary. Okay, this will basically checks whether a key by name is available in a dictionary called my dictionary. Okay, similarly you can also check if a key by name age is present in a dictionary by name my dictionary. Let us go and execute it. It should give me true, and for example let us try with fruit, which is not present, then it should give me a value as false. This is how we can check whether a particular key or a particular key is available in a dictionary or not. Now let us try to merge the two dictionaries. For this I will create another dictionary as 0, and I will add company colon test troop, then position as test engineer, position as test engineer. I want to combine two dictionaries, then I can use my first dictionary dot update with the second dictionary, then I can print my first dictionary. Second dictionary, the values in the second dictionary got updated to the first dictionary. Now the first dictionary contains its original value and the values from the second dictionary. Let us try to print this. You see, so you have company test troop and position test engineering. So latest version of Python is also allows an OR operator to merge the two dictionaries. So let us use new dict equals to my dict with the OR operator, my dict 0, and now I will try to print my dict. You see, it should have the values, it should have the elements from both the dictionaries. See, using the OR operator you can merge the two dictionaries. This happens only on a higher version of Python. I think it works from 3.9 and above. Now copying the one dictionary into another dictionary. For example, if I want to copy the content of my dictionary into the new dictionary, so you will have to use my dictionary dot copy. So this will copy the content of the dictionary by name my dict into the new dictionary. Let's try to execute this. So the new dictionary has the content which is same as the my dictionary. This is how the copy function uses. There are two types of copies. One is called as a normal copy. Another one is called as a deep copy. The deep copy is really needed when we have the nested. Okay, when we have the complex dictionaries. Yeah, so then we can basically use the deep copy. This slide shows a comparison matrix for different collections in Python. So if you take a parameter as order, then the lists are ordered. That means they basically we can retrieve the elements of a list in the same order that it is being created. Similarly, it is also true for tuple. So, but in case of set, it is unordered. But dictionaries, for a higher version of Python, the dictionaries are ordered, but in a lower version, that is lower than 3.7, they are basically unordered. Mutability, the lists are mutable. So once it's created, you can change the value. Tuples are immutable. You cannot change the tuples. Sets are mutable, and dictionary is also mutable. We can basically change the value of a particular key, but keys are immutable. You cannot change the keys. Duplicates are allowed in list, tuple, and in dictionary, but in sets, duplicates are not allowed. Indexing, yes, list supports indexing. Tuple also supports indexing. Set does not support indexing because it is unordered, and dictionary basically supports using the keys. You can access the elements using the keys. Access type is by index, and by a value. So you'll have to give a value to retrieve it, or you can also iterate via the loop, and here in case of dictionaries it is by the keys. Use cases, it is used for a dynamic data. Tuples are used for fixed data. Set is used for the unique elements, and dictionaries are basically used for mapped data such as lookups. And the syntax is the lists will be within the brackets. Tuple is within this bracket. Set is using the flower brackets, and dictionary is using the flower bracket with key and value pair. It's a time for an hands-on exercise. Let us build a simple shopping cart. We will ask the user to enter an item, its quantity and price. Then we will display the shopping cart with all the items and generate an invoice. This will allow us to handle multiple items dynamically. Let's try this out. So first thing what you need to do is you'll have to ask the user to enter the what item he wants to add it to the shopping cart. This can be done using Python's input function. You can pass a parameter as a prompt, like enter the item to be added to shopping cart. You can give the space here, and since user is going to add multiple items, so you'll have to call this particular the input function inside the loop. And also we don't know how many items to be added, so we cannot basically use the for loop. In such cases, we will have to use the while loop with the condition as true. Then we can ask the user to enter as many items to be added to the shopping cart. If I keep this while loop like this, it will run into an infinite loop, right? It will turn into an infinite loop. This is because where always the value true is true, right? This is always be true. So somewhere we need to break this particular statement. For that, we need to ask the user to enter some keyword, for example like done, when he finishes his shopping. So let us do that. The done value, like we can take from here and give like enter done once the shopping is done. So here we can highlight the done with double quotes. So this has to be done with an escape character slash like this, and then this is how we can escape, and we can add the double quotes. So let us then we'll have to use an if condition here. If done value equals to done, then you simply break the loop. Simply break the loop, right? So we have one problem here. The user may enter the done as a capital N, one of the letter as like this, right? He can enter like this, or right, he can also enter like this, or completely he can enter done in caps. So in order to overcome that, what we can do is whatever the data that we get it from the user, we will try to convert into the lowercase here, and then we do the comparison. Then this comparison basically passes in irrespective of the way how the user inputs the keyword. Okay, let us try to execute this and let us see how it works. So item to be added to the shopping cart is apple. I am not yet done. Then I can give it as nuts. Yes, now I am done. So it will come out of the loop. So we will also give a space here, colon and space, for a better clarity. Okay. So the second thing is this part is working now. Now we'll also have to ask the user to enter the quantity and as well as the price for each quantity. Quantity equals to input, enter the number of items that is added to the shopping cart, number of item that is added to the shopping cart. Second thing is we'll also have to have a price, that is enter the price, enter the price for the item added to the cart. Okay, this makes things complete, but one thing to remember, the quantity and price are the numbers. So especially the quantity is always an integer. You cannot ask 2.5 or something like that. We will ask the number as an integer, and the price is a floating value. Let us convert them into the floating and integer, because the input is always stores the value as a string. So you'll have to convert them into proper format to work on them. So quantity is an integer, that is why I am typecasting with integer, and the price is float, that is why I am typecasting with float. Okay, now we are ready. Let us try to execute this, and so we can also try to print all of them. Okay, so if you want, we can print in a single statement with the format. And here I can add item, quantity, and here I can add a price. Let's try to execute this. Shopping cart is apple 2, it is 0.5, then not done, again nuts, I am buying 2 kilos and each kilo costs 3 euros. Now I am done. See how it prints. So we are also printing it. Okay, this part is working fine. For a time being, I will comment this statement. Now I will have to basically store these values. So in order to calculate the total price, because I will also have to basically print. Basically, I will also have to print the items, and also their I will also print the item, their quantity, and their price. At the end of that, I will have to print the total price to be calculated, right? So in order to do that, what I will do, I will try to store them in a list. Okay, I will call this list as an item list, or better than that, what we can do, we can use a dictionary as an shopping cart. As a dictionary we can initialize like this, and this dictionary will have the serial number as a key, and we can give it as a serial number which is serial number which is basically always starts with 1, and then you can give shopping cart of the serial number is a key is equals to, then we can add a list item having item comma quantity, then comma a price. Okay, then we'll have to make serial number equals to serial number plus 1, and here we can print, once the loop is done, that loop ends here. Now I can basically print shopping cart, right? So let us do this. Apple 2.5 nuts shopping cart 2 kilos which is 6. I'm not yet done. Again I can add grapes. I'll buy 3 kilos, then each one is 6 euros. Now I am done. So this is how the dictionary is stored. Each dictionary has 3 items now, each with the list containing the item, its number of items, now quantity, and the price for each item. Okay, now using this basically we can calculate the total price. Total price is equals to 0. Then you can take total price equals to total price plus the quantity, then quantity multiplied by the price. So at the end we can also print total price. Okay, let us try to execute this. Again, apple number of 3, each is 2 euros. Not done. I will take banana. I'll buy 5 bananas. Each banana cost 0.2 euros. Then it is not yet done. I'll buy some nuts. Each 3 kilos, each is 6 euros. Now I am done with my shopping. See, total I will have to pay 25 euros. So we can also give a little bit of good formatting. So what I can do basically, so in order to do that, I will have to iterate over the dictionary, which can be done using for key in dictionary dot keys. Okay, this will basically give me the keys. Okay, the whatever the value that is stored in a particular key. If I try to take this here, then it will be a list. So I'll basically unpack them into 3 items, like, because list contains 3 items, equals to something like this. Okay, basically I am iterating over this particular dictionary. The dictionary contains the keys. For example, when the key value becomes 1, this will give me a list like this, and from the list I am unpacking these variables. Okay, I am storing them into 3 variables like item, quantity. This is quantity actually, quantity. So I will change here, I will change here, I will also change here. Okay, so I am okay. So 3 variables, apple goes to item, 3 goes to quantity, and 2 goes to price. Now I have these values, and now I can basically print them. So let us print. So first let us put an header like print with the formatted printing. First comes item, then I can give a tab, again I can give a tab, then I have a quantity, I have a tab, then I have a price like this, and now I will have to print in a same way. So here I have to also give serial number, right? Serial number, then I will have to give. So I will take is not slash t, this is t. Again I have to give another t, and just take here, and I will come here. Then I will have to have a, again I will have to take the serial number equals to 1 here, then serial number equals to serial number plus 1. I have to give the serial number instead of here, I have to give that here. So I will remove this, I will give as an item here, then I will remove this, I will give a quantity here, then I will remove the price here, and I will give a price here. Okay, then every time or within loop it iterates and it tries to print the serial number 1 2 3 4 like that, and an item. Okay, let us try how it works, and we can also give like formatted print. We can give like this, telling that your total price is this one. Let us check, hope it works. Let us try to execute. Take a breakpoint from here. Yes, this is apple, 2 euros or 1 euro per app. So I want to buy 5 apple, each costs 1 euros. Not done. I will also have to buy banana, that is 4 bananas with 0.2 euros. Then not done. Again I have to buy some nuts, that is 6 kilos, each kilo is 5 euros. Now I am done with my shopping. You see here the serial number. So I bought 3 items, 1 2 3, apple, banana and nuts. Quantities are 5 4 and 6. So the prices, something is wrong here. It gave the see the quantities. Yes, this is correct. So I was thinking something is wrong. is correct actually. Quantity is 546 because it is stored in an array in that format, in the list in that format. So this is the total price that I have to basically pay. So hope you understood this program. In this video we will explore Python functions, what they are, why they are useful, and how to use them effectively in our test scripts. Today we will cover what are functions, why do we use functions in a program, function syntax and how to define them, functions with and without arguments, functions with and without return types, function with variable arguments. We will also cover a practical example to see functions in action. Let's get started. In any programming language, function is a reusable block of code designed to perform a specific task, such as checking whether a given number is odd or even, or determining if a number is prime or not. Functions help to break a program into smaller modular components, making the code more structured, readable, and easier to maintain. Why are the functions used? Functions are mainly used for code reusability, meaning once you define a function, you can call the functions multiple times without rewriting the same code. Second one, modularity. You can break the entire program into a smaller manageable chunks that increases the maintainability. Now let's explore the syntax of function in Python. In Python, def keyword is used to define a function, followed by a function name and a parenthesis. For example, say hello. Parentheses may contain parameters which are optional. A function can be defined with or without a parameter. So here I will not use any parameter. After the parenthesis, a colon is used to indicate the function body, which must be indented. Function body contains a logic that defines what function is designed to do. For example, to check whether the given number is even or odd. Here I will use just a print statement as a body. Additionally, function can return a value to the caller using the return statement, though returning a value is optional. So Python uses a keyword called return followed by a value, for example hello, to return a value back to the caller, and this is basically optional. In a nutshell, in Python, def keyword is used to define function followed by the function name, then a parenthesis that contains a parameter which are optional, then a function body that carries a logic with an indentation, and a return statement to send a value back to the caller. Once the function is defined, it needs to be called in a program using its name followed by the parenthesis. If the function requires a parameter, then they must be provided with the parameters. If the function returns a value, it should be captured in a variable for a further use. We can call the function using the function name. Say hello. This function does not take any parameters, so you can keep it as empty here and just execute the program. So this program calls this function, and inside this function we are printing hello. So that is what we can see here in a console. Function parameters. Function can have a parameter or be defined without parameters. Previously we discussed function without parameter. Now let us consider a scenario where we want the function say hello to print a message without hard coding it. If you see here, we have hard coded the message as hello here. To achieve this, we need to pass the parameter to the function. Now let us modify our function accordingly. Let us add a parameter by name message and try to print this message using format printing. Now let us try to execute this, and you see Python gives an error because the function say hello expects one argument, but you are passing no argument here. So let us go and correct this by passing an argument. This is like say hello to all. Now let us try to execute this. You see the parameter that you have given while calling say hello will be stored in message, and we are trying to print the variable message. Additionally, function can accept multiple parameters, allowing us to pass multiple values. Let us explore this. I will go and modify this function. Instead of say hello, I'll say print my details. Takes three parameters: name, comma, age, comma, place, and we'll replace this here, and we'll pass three parameters: name as test troop, age as 25, 23, let us say, and place as Bombay. Let us try to execute this. Okay, so we will also have to change here. So we will give the message as name is name, comma, age is, make it as age, comma, place is place, and I will remove the return statement. Go and execute this. Says name is test troop, age is 23, and place is Bombay. What are the parameters that we pass here is get substituted with the corresponding variable. The value test troop is stored in name, 23 is stored in age, and Bombay is stored in a place. And while printing, it basically prints the value that is stored in these variables. Now let us try to pass a collection as a parameter. For this, let us try to write a different function. Print the collection, and parameter is collection. We will just print collection, and let us call this. And before calling a collection, let us define a fruits list. Which carries like apple, comma, banana, comma, and some nuts, and this fruit list will pass as a parameter here. And let's try to execute this. You see, whatever the parameter that we passed for the print collection function, that is getting printed in the inside the function. So we can also pass any kind of the arguments. It can be the simple arguments, or it can be the collections as well. Let's go back to our previous example where we are trying to print user details using name, age, and place. And what I will do here, I will try to exchange the parameters. Instead of passing a name first, I will pass an age first, and I think there is error here. Okay, let us try to execute this, and you see, now you see the name is 23, age is test troop, and place is Bombay. If you see here, it really creates a confusion because in the place of name,
I was expecting test true, but it printed the age. Okay, this is because here the Python processes the parameter based on the position of an argument. It does not see that 23 is an age or the test true as a name here. It processes the parameter. The function processes the parameter based on the sequence it is being supplied to it. Okay, based on the sequence that it receives it. Okay, so this basically causes a bit of confusion. In order to overcome that, Python has introduced another way of passing the parameter, which is called as the keyword based parameter. This is also called as keyword based argument. Let us see how to use the keyword based argument. The keyword based argument is using a key value pair. Okay, so if you see in the print my details function, we are using the key argument by name, age and place. So whatever the value you want to associate with the name, you will have to give it as name equals to. Similarly here, I want it as age equals to, and here I can give it as a place equals to. Okay, now let us try to execute this. So I am mixing, or I am mixing the sequence of the parameters that have been passed. I am first passing an age, then passing a name, and then passing a place. But the print my detail function expects as a positional parameter, it expects the name to be first, but age to be second, and but place to be third. Here I am using the keyword way of passing an argument using key value P. So this should give me name as testtrue, age as 23, and place as Bombay. Let us try to execute this. You see, it has correctly given the name as testtrue, age as 23, and place as Bombay. So keyword argument basically overcomes the confusion that is caused using the positional kind of an arguments. Now let's do a small experiment. So we will remove this third parameter as a place and now try to execute this function. Now this function throws an error because the myDetails function expects 3 parameters or 3 arguments, but we are only passing the 2 parameters or 2 arguments. This can be overcome with the help of a concept called the arguments or a parameter with our default values. So you can assign, by default you can assign some value to the parameter. For example, if here I will assign it as Bangalore. Okay, even though you don't pass the parameter while you are calling the function, this will use a default value and process the and perform whatever the logic based on this default value. So we are using here to print. So while printing, it will print a place as Bangalore here. See, so this is how we can basically make use of the default value. One thing that you should remember while using a default value, the default value always starts first with the last parameter, then it goes to the left. So I can also assign a default value as age equal to 23, and I can remove this completely here, and I will also remove the keyword way of using the argument. I will just use as position argument. If you see, the first 2 values will be taken, the last 2 the arguments are taken care by the default value, and the first value will be substituted with a test true. So order of reference is always assigning the default value. The order of reference is always first for the last variable. Okay, the last not the last variable, for the last parameter, followed by the sequence that goes to the left. Till now we have seen the fixed number of parameters. The my details function takes the 3 parameters here, and Python also supports a concept called variable parameters or variable arguments. Let us see how to use it. Instead of these 3 parameters, I will just use star args. Star args is a keyword that is used to handle variable number of arguments. Okay, so let us try to print args here, and in the calling function we will say 23, then we will say as Bangalore, and then I will say I am an engineer. Right, now let us try to print this. So all the values whatever you pass here will be stored in this variable argument array, and this is basically not an array. Yeah, it says that it's a tuple. Basically it is a tuple. Okay, tuple is a collection where it is immutable. That means you cannot change the value of an argument once it is been created. Let us try to execute this. You see, this is a tuple that carries the four arguments. Okay, this is how we basically in Python we can manage passing the variable amount or a variable arguments. Python also supports a variable keyword arguments, which is by using a keyword called ** kw args. Okay, and while calling this particular function, you will have to use key value pair. I will be using name equal to name, then I will be using age equals to 23. I'm using place equals to Bangalore. This will be stored in the dictionary because it is a key value pair. This will be stored as part of the dictionary. KW args is a dictionary that carries the keyword that basically carries the key value pair keyword based arguments, right? So now let us try to print it using the I have to give it as like this, then here age with the bracket. This is because the key is name here the key is age. This is how we can basically access dictionary. We have already seen how to use the dictionary, how to access the elements of the dictionary. There is something missing. Yeah, this is correct now. So we are passing a variable number of parameters which are key value pairs, and this will be stored in a dictionary by name kw args, and then using this kw args with the help of the key we can retrieve the elements. See, the name is test room, age is 23 and place is Bangalore. These are the different variation of the parameters that we can pass to the function. The function without any parameter, function when it has a parameter, you can pass the parameter as a positional way, or you can pass the parameters as a keyword way, or you can pass the variable number of arguments using star args. You can also pass as a variable number of keyword arguments. If you want to combine the positional arguments, the normal variable arguments, and the keyword arguments, there is a sequence that you need to follow. Let us try to see that aspect. The sequence is always the first preference is for the positional argument. Let us take it as test stroke. Then I am passing some arguments like 23, then Bangalore, then I am passing some keyword based arguments like job equals to engineer, country equals to India. Okay, and the order in which the function receives is always, it will be the positional argument first, followed by star args, then followed by the KW args, right? So the name will be stored in the test trope will be stored in a name variable, age and Bangalore will be stored in the star args, and the job and country will be stored in KW args. So let us try to print them. So let us print first my name is name here, and my age will be stored in args, and it will be at an tuple, right? Tuple at an index 0. This is a tuple with an index 0, and my place will be at 1. Okay, and then followed by job, I have to give within quotes. Job is, you can use with the key as job, and you can say country is and you can pass Now let us try to execute this. So the name will be stored, the test group will be stored in name, age and Bangalore will be stored in args, and job and country will be stored in AW args. Let us try to execute this. And name is test group, age is 23, place is Bangalore, job is in engineer, and country is in India. So this is the order of reference that we use when there is a combination of positional arguments, the variable arguments, and the variable keyword arguments. The first preference is always positional argument, followed by the variable argument, followed by the variable keyword arguments. Let us try to focus on function return values. As we've seen, the return value is always optional. The function can return a value, or function can be without returning any value. So let us try to see in certain cases what happens. You need a function to perform certain operations and return the value. This will be used for further processing. For example, if you want to calculate a sum of two numbers, you can basically create a function that adds two numbers and returns you a value. Okay, let us try a simple example. Example is definition add function, and this takes two parameters, a comma b, and then it says c equals to a plus b, and then you can return a value c. And while calling this, we will have to capture the return value in a variable, like result will be add function 2, 3, and we can use print result. So whatever the return, the value that comes from the function will be captured in a variable called result, and then it will be printed. So this is how we can use a return type. Python also supports returning of multiple values. Let us try this. Function ret multiple values, no parameters. You can use return 10, 15, 30, and while calling you can unpack this using the different variables like a comma b comma c equals to return multiple values. And now we can use print, then we can use formatted print, we can use then variable a, variable b, and variable c. Print 10, 15, 30. Let us see. Let us try to capture with only one variable and see what happens. All the values will be captured into a single variable, and this variable is of type tuple. Okay. By default, if you don't give any, by default, if you don't unpack them into the three variables, this will be stored in a single variable as a tuple. Now, along with the normal values, we'll also try to return a list. For example, something like this, and then we will unpack them, giving another variable as list, and we try to print this. Print C first and print a list next. Try to execute. You see, the first variable carries 10 and remaining is a list. It will be stored in a list variable. This is how Python returns multiple values to the caller. Let us try some exercises. First one, write function to check whether a given number is even or odd. Okay, define even or odd. It takes a number as a parameter, and the logic is if any number that is divisible by 2, then it is a even number, otherwise it is an odd. If number divisible by 2, if it is equals to 0, then we have to return true, else we will return else is colon, else return false. Let us check is equal to even or odd, then parameter will pass it as 1, then print the check. Let's try to execute this. It is false. 0 should be true. Yes. I'll make it as 10. Yes. 101. Okay. So this is a function that checks whether a given number is even or odd. So this can be used any number of times within a given program. Okay, let us do an exercise to check whether a given number is prime or not. For this, we'll write a function prime or not. Parameter is number, then we have colon. We'll have to implement a bit of logic here. The number is said to be prime when it is not divisible by the number itself or 1. Okay, and also by default 1 is not a prime number. So if the number is equal to 1, if a number is equals to 1, then we can return as false because it is not a prime number. Okay, then we'll have to have an else, and then we'll have to check whether the number is divisible from 2 to the number itself. Okay, for that we can use a for loop for I in a range 2 to the number 2 comma the number itself, then you have to give a colon, then if a number then divisible by I is equals to a 0, then we have to return a false, and for all other cases it is true. So we will have to write true at this point. So we'll have to return true coming out from the if condition. Okay, there are return in parentheses. We can also remove return in parentheses. We can also remove. Our code is clean. Let's take this and we can use check equals to 1, then print of a check false, correct, 2 is true, 3 is true, 3 is a prime number, 5 is a prime number, then 8 it is not a prime number, then we can give it as 99 false, then we have 100, false, then we have 91, false, then we have 13, which is true. Yeah. So this is how we can implement a function that can calculate given number is prime or not. In this video, we will cover supported file types in Python, Python file operations, reading, writing and appending files, checking if a file exists in a particular path, best practices for working with files, and hands-on exercise to reinforce learning. So let's get started. In Python, files are an essential part of working with the data. In case of test automation, the test data are stored in a file. It can be in a plain text file or a CSV file or in an Excel file. So one need to know how to retrieve this data from the files. Python basically supports the two file types. They are called as text files, contain the plain text which is human readable. Binary files contain a binary data which is non-human readable. Examples, the images, audio files, the videos, etc. Python provides a list of methods to work with the files or to manipulate the files, such as to open a file, to read a file, to write a file, and to append a files. Python also provides a file path, which is a string that specifies the location of a file or a directory on the system. There are two types of file paths. One is absolute file path, another one is a relative file path. Let us explore working with text files. Text files contain data that can be viewed as a character or strings. These files often have an extension like .txt, .csv, .log, etc. In order to work with any file, you need to open it, and Python provides a built-in function called open to open a text file. The open function in general takes two parameters. One is the name of the file to be opened along with the path. Second one is the mode of operation. What kind of operation that we are going to perform. It is only a read operation, or you want to open a file for writing, or you want to open a file for appending, or you want to open a file for both read and write. Python supports 4 different modes of operation: read, write, append, and read and write. So let us create a simple file. Let us go and create a file by a name demo.txt, which is a text file. I can write my name is test group, my age is 26. Let us save this. Now let us try to open this demo file using the open function. Open function, these are all the parameters that are supported by the open function, out of which the file name is mandatory and all the other parameters are optional. Even when you don't provide a mode, by default the open function opens a file in the read mode. Then you will have to pass the name of the file within double quotes, and this function returns us the file handle using which you can perform different operations like read, write, append, all these functionalities, right? So let us also try to see what are all the functions that are exposed by the file handle. Let us try to print using the dir function. Okay, before that we will also print the file handle, then we will see what are the methods that are exposed by this file handle. Let us go and execute this, and you see the file handle is of type IO. It's a text wrapper with, it says that it has opened a file with the name as demo.txt and mode as read and encoding. This is a type of encoding that is used for opening the file. And if you see the second print, There is a list of methods that are exposed by the file handler, and there are a lot of methods, but yeah, you can see here. So you can close the file, you can flush the file, then you can read the file, you can read the entire file, you can read the file by line, and you can write a file, you can write line by line, and you can also use a function called seek. Okay, so basically we will use the functions like read line, then read lines, then seek, and then write and write line functions in general. Now let's see how to read a file. Okay, there are different variations while reading a file. You can read an entire file and store into a single variable, or you can read line by line. Read the file line by line till the end of the file. End of the file is reached. So let us try to see how to read the entire file and store into a single variable. For this, I will be using a variable called complete file, and then we'll have to use the file handle. Then the function that we want to use is read function. Okay, and then we can print the complete file. This should basically print the entire text. Okay, the 2 lines it should print, and let us go here and execute it. You see, both the lines are printed. So the entire file content will be stored into a variable, and then we are printing the variable. So let us go and append this file. My city is Bangalore. Go and save this, close the file, and then execute. So you see, so it basically read the entire file content and stored into a single variable. Okay, it is always a good practice to follow. When you open a file, make sure that you also close the file. So how to close the file? So you can use with the file handle dot close function, it will close the file. Now let us see how to read a file line by line. There are different ways we can do this. First one is using a for loop, and we can iterate over the file. The second one is we can use a built-in function called read lines. Let us see both of them. Now let us use the for loop to iterate over the file. Syntax is for line in the file handle, then print a line. This statement basically iterates over each line and fetches a line and then try to print a line. Let us go and execute this. You can see it basically fetched each line and tried to print it, but you can also see there is a space here, right? There is an extra additional new line here. So you can overcome this new line by using a strip function. The strip function is basically removes extra new line characters. So let us use that. So line, we'll have to use the string variable line dot strip. Okay, basically we'll remove the extra new lines here. Let us go and execute this. So you see the extra line is removed now. This is how basically we can use the for loop to iterate over the file and fetch the line by line and then print it. Now let's use the built-in function read lines. So the syntax is like this: lines equals to file handle dot read lines, and This will basically fetch the lines, entire lines, enter the file into the lines variable. Then basically we can iterate over the each line and print one line at a time. Okay. So let us go and execute this. You see, yeah. So this function, this statement basically here fetches all the lines and stores in lines. Okay, we can also print now what is there in lines, just to make you understand. You see, it is stored in a list actually. Now we are basically iterating over the list and trying to print each element here. Okay, and you also see at the end of each line you have a new line character. /n is for the new line. And if I don't put a strip here, let me remove, it will cause us an additional space. Okay, in order to overcome that, we will be using a strip which basically trims off all the new line characters. This is how basically you can either read the entire file into a variable or read the file line by line. Now let us see how to write a data into a file. You can perform write operation in three different ways. You can open a new file for writing, or you can open an already existing file for writing, or you can open a file for appending. We will see these three variations. Now let us create a new file called demo test, and for writing, for that you'll have to use a mode as W, right? You have to use a mode as W. What this statement will do, this statement will go and create a new file by name demo.test. Where it will be created? It will be created in the same directory where we are executing the script, where our script is there. So our script is there in the directory called demo, and under the demo it will create a new file. Okay, then what we can do, using a write function, you can write some data into a file. For example, I will use file handle dot write. Then I can say I am a new file. Okay, let us go and execute this. You can see the execution is completed and the new file is created in the same directory where our script is being executed. Okay, that is under demo, and if you go here, you see the data is written. I am a new file. Okay, this is how basically we can create a new file and write data into it. Now we will try to see how to write a data into an existing file. So for that I will use my already existing file by a name demo.txt. This file already contains a lot of data, the 3 lines of data, and when I try to open this file for a write operation, all the data that is available will be deleted. This is because the write operation is always try to do a overwrite. It will basically overwrite a data if the file is already existing. When you try to open an already existing file with a mode as W, it is open for the overwriting. So it will basically delete the available content and try to write a new content bit. So let us go and execute this. If I go into the demo file, it says that I am a new file. So whatever the data it was carrying earlier was overwritten actually. Now let us try to open a file for appending. Okay, I will use the same file demo.txt. When I perform a appending operation, the new line will be added. So existing data will not be deleted and the new data will be appended or added to the file. Okay, let us go and do this. Instead of W, I will use A. A is basically used for appending. Now I will write I am adding new line. Okay, we are basically trying to append the data here. So let us go and execute it here, and you see a new line is been, a new data is been added, but we forgot to add a new line. That is why the data is coming in the same line. Let us go and change this. So this new line has to be added either the end of the first line or at the starting of the second line. Okay, either you can add a new line here. So because we cannot do the end of the first line, because that operation we are not performing, because we are only adding the new line here. So just before doing this operation, let us insert /n, which is basically insert a new line. Let us go and execute this, and you see this data was already existing, and along with that the new line is being added. So I will go and I'll take out this, okay, because we opened file for the append operation. Whenever we try to execute, the new data will be appended, right? So let us go and execute this again. Now it should be proper, and you see the new line is being added actually. Okay. Now let us try to make an attempt to read a file which is not exist. Okay, so let us try to do that. I want to read a file, so I am using R. I want to read a file which is not exist. Let us use foo, and since we are not providing any path here, by default it looks for a file in a current directory that is under demo. Let us go and execute it, and you see here the Python provides an exception telling that no such files or a directory exist. So the best practice is always to check if the file is exist or not before we try to perform certain operations with it, especially the read operations. So Python provides a module called as an OS. So we have to import a module called as OS. OS module exposes a lot of methods or functions to work with the files. It's basically an operating system module, right? So which basically controls the files and folders, etc. Okay, so let us use it os.path .exist. Then you will have to pass a file name. Okay, then you can also give if this file exists, then only try to open this, else you can say that no file, okay, no or file not, okay, file not exist. Let us copy them here, put it here, file not exist. Let's try to execute this. It says file not exist, and if I replace with demo.txt, which is exist here, or demo test.test, which is also exist, it should not basically, okay. So let us also print a message here, file exists. You see here, sorry, so I'll have to change. So let us comment this. We don't want to open it. We are only checking whether the file is exist or not. Sorry, right? So we will take this. So we're trying to check this file. see file exists. So this is a best practice to use before you do certain operations with the file, especially while trying to read a file. On a similar lines, let us try to create a file under a directory which does not exist. Let us try this. So data/demo. So what we are trying to do, we are trying to create a file under a directory called data, which is under a current directory, which is demo. Let's try to execute it. Python should give an error telling that there is no such directories. Okay. Here, what we can do, we can make use of the OS function called os.make directory, that is mk directory, and we can give a directory name as data, and this will create a directory under the current directory. Okay, and after this we are trying to create a file, okay, under the data directory. Let us go and execute this, and this is successful. If you see, the OS function has created a directory under which the open function has created a file. Python OS module provides a lot of functions to work with directories and files. Some of them are like making a directory, checking if the file exists, removing a file, removing a directory, etc. These are very useful operations while working with files. Now let us try to work with the binary files. As I indicated, binary file contain non-text data. Examples for the binary file are like images, audio, video, etc. So we can also perform read and write operation with the binary files, and before even we do read and write, we have to open the binary files, right? So in case of the text files, we were using the modes as W and R for reading and W for writing. But in case of a binary files, we will have to use mode as RB. RB stands for reading a binary file, and similarly for writing you will have to use WB. Okay, so now let us try to do some operation like read and write a binary file. So what I have done, I have added a file called a screenshot under a data directory. Let us rename this file, refactor, rename, and I will try to open this file, which is under our data folder, and we have the file name as. Now let us try to open this file. For opening we are using RB. So R is read mode and D is the binary file. And now let us try to read the content of the entire file into a variable. File data equals to file handle dot read. Okay, now try to print it. When I try to print, it will basically print the bytes. Okay, it reads the content from the binary file and try to print it in as a bytes. Okay, in a hexadecimal format. So this is a byte, this is one byte, this is another byte, and so on. Okay, if you want to print only the few bytes, then you have to use the slicing operator. For example, if you want to print the first 10 bytes, then you can use the colon and 10. Then you can see it will only print the first 10 bytes. Similarly, if you want to read from 1 to the 11th byte, first byte to the 11th byte, then you can use the slicing operator. Okay, so if you want to read the first 100 bytes, then you can give 100 up to 100. 101 means up to 100. It basically gives the first 100 bytes from the file. Okay, now let us try the binary write operation. Okay, what I will try to do, I will read from the screenshot file, I will store the data into file data, and the same data I want to write into a new file. So we can copy here, and instead of screenshot I will give a created, and file handle I will give it as file write. Okay, and it is a good practice that we close the file after reading. Then we can use a close, and now I can use instead of RB it should be WB, and then I will have to use, and then I have to write a data. The data is stored here, and after that I have to close this file as well. Okay, let us see. Let us try to run this. Yes, it's created. It has created a new file, and let us go and try to open the file. And let us try to open with photos. It is opening. Yeah, you see. So whatever I read it from this JPEG, other JPEG. If I try to open the screenshot.jpg, it is like this, and the same content is written here, so the image should be the same. This is how basically we can use binary write. Now let us try to do the read write operation, and also we will use an important function called the seek function to move the cursor. Okay, Python seek function is used to move the cursor to the different positions within a file. Okay, and it takes a mandatory parameter called as offset. Offset can have 3 different values. Offset 0 indicates the beginning of the file, offset 1 means the current position, and offset 2 means to the end of the file. We have seen that with an append you can update the file, but the newly added data or an content will be added to the end of the file. Okay, what if you want to add the data at the beginning or in between? And for that, seek plays a very important role, and we will see how to use the seek to update the file at the different positions. What I want to do now is, for this demo test.txt file, I want to insert a content at the starting of the file. Okay, for this what I have to do, I have to open a file in an read write mode, so that first I can read the entire content of the file. Okay, I will use file data equals to file handle dot read, and after that what I will do is I will use file handle dot seek, and I will go to the position number 0. Okay, that will go to the starting of the file, that moves the cursor to the starting of the file. And after that what I need to do, I'll have to use file handle dot write, then I will put it as begin, and then I will put it as /n, then I can add the original content. Then I will have to close the file. Sorry, not file data, it should be file handle, and close. Let us go and execute this now, and if I go here, the begin is added to the starting of the file. Now I want to insert a line after demo file. Okay, for this we'll have to do a little bit of tweaking. First what we will do, we will open a file. in a rewrite mode, we will read the content, and this content will try to find word called demo file. So this can be done using file data dot find. Then we can give this as a demo file. We will give it as a demo file. Okay, this will basically give me the position of the demo file. It starts with the here, right? And it will basically give here. Okay, starting position of a demo file at where it starts. For example, the position of D it gives. Plus, we'll also have to use, in order to directly find the position to the end of this character, then you will have to add a length. Okay, length of this demo file. Okay, if you want to insert a new line, then you can also add /n. Okay, this is a character. So find will give the position of demo file, the D, okay, inside this file. For basically it gives a position here. Okay, the second line and first character. Then we have to we are planning to insert a new line after the demo file, right, at the end of here. So for that we will be adding with a length. Okay, this basically gives us the position. We will add it as pause, and based on this position we will have to use a seek so that we can move the cursor that is using file dot seek, and you have to go to the position pause. Okay, this will basically bring the cursor to this position, okay, and here. Okay, and after that we will have to write. Okay, I am writing like this, then I will close the file. Okay, so let us go and execute this and see. See, this has been included. So it says begin demo file. This is a new content after the demo file. Okay, so I am trying to insert line, but what I need to do is I also have to give a /n here. Okay, this is basically going to enter a data after the demo line, but you might have observed that it has removed the original data, right? So one line, if I do undo, again if I do undo, so this line is being erased from there, right? So this is not an optimized method, but at least what seek does is he goes to the position till the end of demo file and try to insert a character, but that will try to override the line number 3. Okay, the best way is to do while using a string manipulation. So what you can do is you can read the entire content of the file, and then you can go line by line and find where exactly the demo file is there, and at that position you can add a new text. Okay, that is how you can do it in an optimized way. So if you want to do that, I think we'll try to do. I have a code for that, and yeah, my code is ready. What I am trying to do here is first I am reading the entire file content by line. Okay, so using read lines and storing in a list. Okay, and after that I am opening a same file for writing, and then I iterate over lines and lines. And in case if a line contain a demo file as a string, that is if demo file in line. Okay, if there is a string in a line, then I am trying to write a new content. Okay, and otherwise I will be writing the whatever the content that line has. Okay, in this way, basically what you can do in this way, you can avoid the overwriting of file. Yeah, now the content of the file is like this, and wherever the demo file comes, over there a new line will be added, like this is the new content, and after that I am putting a new line character, and then I am printing whatever the content that is available. Okay, so let us go and try to execute this, and if you see, the line is being added after the demo file. So this is not by not using the seek, but the seek is a very important function that basically try to move the cursor to the different positions within a file. Up to now, what we were doing is we were opening a file using the open function, and that returns the file handle. Using the file handle, we were doing the different file operation, and at the end we were closing the file. Okay, so you will have to always use file close in order to avoid some malfunctions. But Python also provides another keyword called with, using which you can open a file and there is no need to close a file. Okay, let us see how to do that. This is very simple, and what you have to do, you will have to use the with keyword, and then open, you have to call the open function and pass the file name and mode, and then you have to give as file read. Okay, so this is basically opens a file and stores the file handle in this file read function. Okay, or you can also give it as file handle, and then using the file handle you can read a text. Okay, the file data equals to file handle dot read, and then we'll have to come out from this with indentation, we'll have to go out, then we can print. So there is no need to close the file. Automatically with takes care of open and closing the file once the file operation is done. Okay, yeah, you see, so we were basically reading and storing into the variable and then printing it. So we can also use open for writing, and inside this with you will have to do file dot, so this is not needed, we'll have to do file dot write with function. Then whatever the file operation you need to do, you will have to do within this indentation only, within this with only. You cannot come out and do it, because if let's try to do after coming out, and this will basically give you an error because the file is already closed here, right? And this will not allow. Let us try to see whether it allows or not. See, it is basically throwing an error. So while your IO operation on a closed file, you are trying to perform an operation on a closed file. That means when you come out of the with, the file get closed. Okay, and will get closed, so you will not have an access to the file. So whatever the operation you want to do, you have to do within with itself. Try to execute this, open this. Yeah, so I'll have to give basically a new line here, /n /n. This is also one of the best practice to use while working with the, or use with the file, or working with file, to use with. Okay, with automatically close a file. So another best practice is to check whether the file is already exist or not. File will exist in a given path or not, and then you will have to try to open the file and do the operations. Let's try with the simple exercise of printing all the even numbers from 0 to 100 into a file. Let us break down this exercise into the number of steps. the first step for us is to generate numbers between 0 to 100. Python basically provides a range function to generate a number in a sequence. Okay, and along with the for loop, you can iterate over this generated number and try to print them. Okay, and let us try to use range along with the for number in, we can give it as range. Range starts with the starting point. For us it is 0, ending point is 101 because we want to print a number up to 100. So you will have to give n plus 1. Okay, and then you will have to give a step. Step is like the generation pattern with in what steps you want to generate numbers. For example, if you don't give anything, it will generate a number in a sequence 0, 1, 2 like that. If you give it as a 3, then it will generate a number like 0 plus 3. Next time is 3 plus 3 like that. Okay, in the steps. I don't give anything and I will try to print a number. Now I'll execute this. You see it is generated a sequence number from 0 to 100. The next step for us is basically to check if the number is even or not. For this we will have to use a remainder operator or a modulus operator to check if number is completely divisible by 2, then the number is an even number. That means the remainder should be 0. So that is what we are comparing here. And then we will have to basically print a number. Let us go and execute this. You see, we have generated the even numbers from 0 to 100. Now the next step is to write these numbers into a file. For that we need to open a file for writing. So let us use the file with the with method, right? So I have already written the part of the code spread. So what I am doing with, I am opening a file for writing. This is a mode and this is my file handler. Okay, so using this file handler, and very important to note that we need to follow the indentation. Whatever the operation that we need to perform inside the with, we need to have an indentation. So okay, this is the right point where we can write the data into the file. For that we have to use file handle dot write, and then we will have to pass a number. Okay, so since this takes input as an string, we will have to convert a number into a string using a function called str. Then we will have to pass a number into it. Okay, and then we can also insert a new line here. Let's keep I think this is a file, I guess. Okay, this has some data. What happens during this write process? It erases that data and try to print all the even numbers. Okay, let's go and try to execute this. It is finished. If you see, we have all the even numbers from 0 to 100 printed into a demo file. Okay, this is a basic example how we can use a file with some kind of operation. In today's video, we are diving into a very important concept in Python by name Python exceptions. Whether you are writing an automation script or building a large test framework, understanding how to handle expected errors is critical for making your code more robust and reliable. In today's session, we will cover what are exceptions, common Python exceptions with examples, try, except and final block, raising exceptions manually, best practices in exception handling, and some practical exercises. Let's get started. What are exceptions? In programming, an exception is an unexpected event or an error that occurs while the program is running. Okay, it means that it happens only at a runtime, not at a compile time, and it disturbs the normal flow of execution. Let us try to understand exception with the help of real world scenario. Have you tried opening an application tapped something and suddenly the app crashes. This is often due to an unhandled exception. It's like the app is trying to load a data that does not exist, or it is receiving an input it did not expect. Exception handling is like giving the application an backup plan. So instead of crashing, it can show a message and then it can recover gracefully. Let us try to understand some common causes of exceptions. Exceptions can happen for various reasons, such as dividing a number by 0, trying to access a file that does not exist, referencing something that does not has been defined yet, using a data in a wrong format or a type, trying to access an element outside the bounds of an array, okay, and trying to access a key that does not exist in a dictionary. Let us create some exceptions in Python. Now let's try to divide a number by 0. For this we will take two numbers, a equals to 10 and b equals to 0. Then we have result equals to a divided by b. Let us try to execute this and see what kind of error it gives. So we have an exception telling that 0 division error. Okay, this is a exception. Let us try to note it down. Okay, so when you try to divide a number by 0, it causes an exception, and that exception is called as 0 division exception, 0 division error exception. Now let us try to access file that does not exist, and let us see what kind of exception that Python raises. Okay, and for this I have a piece of code. I am trying to access a file, non-existence file.txt, in a current directory. So in a data directory, I don't have this file, but I am trying to access it and trying to read the content. Okay, let us try to execute this. This should give us an exception. You see, so file not found error. This is an exception that is thrown by Python. Let us also try to capture this. Let us try to use a variable that is not defined yet, okay, and see what kind of error Python gives. Let us do a print not defined. Okay, and try to execute this. You see, Python is giving a name error. This is an exception that it is thrown. Now let us try to simulate a wrong format or a type error. For this, result equals to 5 plus string. We're trying to add a string with a number. Let us execute it, and Python says it is a type error exception, unsupported operands. One is integer and another one is a string. Let us try to capture this. So basically we are trying to add an integer with a string. If both of them are a string, then this will perform, this will basically do an append operation. If both of them are number, it will perform an addition. But if the types are different, then it says it is an type error. Now let us try to create a value error. So we can try this example, try to convert a string into an integer. If I try to do this as 50, this should work. This should not show me an error. So this worked fine, and I can also capture it as result, and then I can basically print a result. This should give me 50. Okay, and I can also type of this. This should give me an integer. It basically says type of the result is integer. Okay, instead of 50, if I try to do it as ABC, we're trying to convert a string into an integer, which is of not a numerical format, then it shows that there is an value error. Okay, this is a kind of exception. Now let us try to access an array element outside of its bounds. Okay, let us basically create a list like animals, and I can give it as cat, dog, then cow, then sheep, etc. So basically it has 1, 2, 3, 4 elements. I can access each element of this list using an index. For example, if I try to print animal of 1, so all index will always start from 0. So 0 and 1. 1 should be dog. Let's execute this. Got a dog. Okay. So if I give it as 1, 2, 3, 4, that is 0, 1, 2, 3. If I give more than 3 here, you should basically trying to access an element of an array that does not exist. Okay. So let us see what kind of error Python throws here. You see there is an index error. So this throws an index error. Let us capture this. Now let us try to access a key in a dictionary that does not exist. For this, let us define a dictionary. Dict emp equals to, for our bracket, then you need to have a key, then colon, value name as test, then let us give another parameter, comma, then you have age, colon 35. Okay, let us try to print a dict. So you have this, and if I print dict name, it should give me the value, that is test, and if I give it as age here, it should give me 35. If I give it as address, then this key is not available in a dictionary, it should show an error. This is an exception. Basically Python shows as it throws an exception called key error. Let us try to capture this. What we have done up to now is try to create different kinds of exceptions in Python. In the next session, we'll try to understand how to handle these exceptions. In Python, you can catch and handle exception using try and except block. This prevents your program from crashing when the exception occurs. The syntax for try and except is as below: try colon a part of the code that causes an exception, then followed by except exception type. If you don't know the particular exception type, then you can give a generic exception, then the code that basically handles the exception. Now let us try this. Let's try with dividing a number by 0. For that we have a equal to 10, b equals to 0. Then we put a try block here, followed by a code that causes an exception, that is a divided by b. Then here you have to give except, then you will have to give an exception, but we really don't. If you don't know the exception type, then you can give a generic exception like except exception as e, then a colon, then a colon, then a statement print error is, then you can give it as e. So this carries an error message. Let us go and try to execute this. Before that I will clear here. So what I am doing, I am trying to create an division error, that is division zero division error, and I know that this part of the code that causes an error, that is why I am trying to put this inside the try block, and once this happens the control comes into the except block, and in the except block we are trying to print the error message. Okay, so let us try to execute this. The error is division by 0, this particular variable that carries the error message here. Okay, and if I don't do this, for example, if I don't do this, then I know that it will give me a zero division error, because we have seen this while creating the errors. So instead of giving a generic exception, I can directly give as here. Okay, and here I can give like error has occurred and close it off. Okay, you see it gives me an message that error has occurred. This is because first it tried to execute this statement, there was an exception, so the program control comes to this statement and it executes the statement. Okay, so instead of zero division error, because this is the right type of error for division by 0, if I try to give a file not found error, let us see what happens. Your exception is not being handled. Okay, so handling the exception is done in this particular block, and actually here exception has occurred, but there was not proper exception handling, because the error that we encountered is zero division error. It is not the file not found error. Okay, so this was not handled properly. So what I can do here, I can again try to bring my generic exception here, then I can give like error has occurred. Okay, in this case it basically tried to execute a statement that causes an exception. It goes to the first except statement. It did not find matching error, because the error what we are expecting was zero division error. It is not matching with the file not found error, so it will not go into this particular statement. Then it comes to the next statement where we are handling the generic exception. Okay. So you can try can have multiple except blocks. Wherever the error message matches, that particular exception handling statement will be get executed. Okay, this particular block will be get executed. Let's try this now. See, it has basically come to this statement and gave a message like an error occurred, and the error type is stored in E. This is the division by 0 error. Now let us try to handle the file not found error. For this we already have a code. It's trying to open a file that does not exist. You see there is an error called file not found error. So we will put this statement. Okay, I will basically put this here, and I will put the entire statement for reading a file inside a try, and after that I will put except block and giving an exact error, that is the file not found error, and I will basically give a message telling that an exception has occurred. We don't have this E, take it out, file not found, and file not found error occurred. Let us try to execute this. There is no exception, but we have handled exception using the file not found error exception type. Now let us try to reference a variable that is not been defined and try to handle the error. For this we'll have to have a try block, and then I will create a print, then not defined, and after that I will try to create accept, and here I will have to handle with name error. Then I will have to give a message print name error occurred. So to execute this, you say name error occurred. Okay, so I'm trying to reference a variable which is not defined, that leads into a name error. Now let's try to simulate the type error and cache this exception. Again a try block, then we have a result equals to 5 plus str, and then we have to do a accept, and this error is type error. We know this is a type error, then colon, then we can have a print statement. You can say that type error occurred. Try execute this, so you see type error occurred. This is how basically can cache the type error. Similarly, we will go for value error. Let me clear this. Let me try to bring a value error, that is result equals to int, then I will give str here. This will result in type error. This will result, sorry, not type error, value error. I try to catch this value error using a try statement. Here we'll have to do accept, then this is type of value error, and I can give it as print value error occurred. See, this is how we can catch the value error exception. Now let us try to catch an index error. So we will try to print animal of 4, which does not exist, then put inside a try statement. Then you have to do accept. This is a kind of index error. Then I can print it as index error occurred. Right? See, you can see we were able to catch the index error using the except index error statement, right? We were able to catch this error. Accessing a key that does not exist in a dictionary. For that we have dict employ, then we will have our name colon name colon test, and let us try to print dictionary of age, for example. This will throw us an error, key error. Let us try to catch this. Try use a statement that causes an exception, then handle the exception with the key error. Then I can give print key error occurred. Try to execute this. So we are gracefully handling the exception and the program is not crashing here. This is how basically we can make use of try and except. I also told that we can also use multiple except. If you don't know, for example, what is the type of error that you are accepting, then you can give it as multiple exception. Then you can give it as something like a pass. Okay. Then again, if you don't know, then again you can give a generic error like exception as E. Then you can basically try to as E. Then you will have to print an error telling that error is then whatever the value stored in this variable. Okay, so since we are using a generic exception here, this the program control will come here and it will try to execute this statement. Okay, let us try to see what happens here. See, error is H. Okay, it never went to never went to this particular statement because it was able to go into this exception block. So let us try to reverse this. Now you see here, it went to the first statement, could not match the error type. It came to the second one, the error type matched, and that is why it is basically printing here. So if I, instead of key error, if I make it as an index error here, the second iteration also, it is not catching it, the exception is not matching. Okay, actual exception that is occurred in this statement is not matching with the type here. So it will not match here, it will not match here. That is why the statement will come here and execute the error. Let us try to do this. You see, error is H. Okay, that is how basically if you can use a multiple except block inside a one try block. On the same lines as try and except, we also have something called finally. The finally block is used for clean up the code. It will run if the exception has occurred or not. It is often used for closing the files, releasing the resources, or the log completion. Let us try to use the finally block. Let us try to modify this code. Basically, we are trying to access a key that is not available in a dictionary. This will lead to an key error. So we'll try to remove index error and we will put a key error and we will remove this particular block. Instead of which we will put a finally block, and in the finally block we'll try to print always runs. Let us try to execute this. You see, so this caused an key error. That is why this particular statement got executed. Along with that, the finally statement is also got executed. Now, instead of H, we will try to access name. This operation will not cause any error because we are trying to access an key from the dictionary which is available. So, in this case, we don't expect any of the exceptions, but finally block will always run. Okay, so we expect the program to print always run. So this is how it is being executed, right? This is how basically the finally will work. It will be executed irrespective whether an exception has occurred or not. So in a nutshell, except is used for catch and handling the exception, whereas finally will be used for cleanup or for the final code. Except runs when an exception is raised, but finally runs always no matter what happens. Up to now what we have seen is creating some exceptions during some operation and try to catch these exceptions. Now we will try to see how to raise the exception manually. So this can be done using a keyword called raise. Before jumping to the raise statement, it is good idea to understand why and where we use it in real world situations. There are many cases where you as a developer may want to enforce a rule, validate the user input, prevent the invalid operation, alert something that is wrong in a custom logic. In such cases, you can intentionally raise an exception using the raise keyword. Let us try to raise the exception manually. Let's start with the input validation. Okay. Example could be ensuring that age is not negative. Age cannot be negative at all. So what we will do, we will take a variable age equal to 2 and we say that if age is less than 0, then I want to raise an exception telling that this is a type of value error. Then you'll have to give message age cannot be negative. It cannot be negative. Okay. So the syntax for raise is the keyword raise, then the type of error, then you can also give a message within the parenthesis, which is basically a string. Okay. So let us try to execute this. Now let us clear this. Now this will not throw an error because age is equal to 2. Now let us make age as -2 and execute it. And now the Python throws an exception manually telling that this is an value error with the message age cannot be negative. Now let us put this back to 2. Next use case is user authentication. Okay. So for this also we will basically try to raise a permission error. So I have a code already written. So we will have the username. We will give the username as admin, and then we can also give a password is equal to secret. If the username and password other than this, then we will raise a permission error. Okay, we will raise a permission error telling that you are not authorized to use this application. Okay, you are not authorized. You are not authorized. Okay. So now let us try to execute this. For the first time it will pass. So instead of secret, I will put it as secret 1. Now this should throw an error telling that you are not authorized. Okay, let us put it back. And let us clear this window. Let us save this. Okay, now let us check with the custom business logic. Example, prevent the withdrawal that is beyond the balance. Okay, if your withdrawal amount is greater than your balance, then we'll have to raise an exception. Okay, for that we need to have the two variables. The balance, I will make it as 100. Then we'll have an amount that you need to withdraw. I will make it as, for time being, I will make it as 30. Then I have a logic like if the amount is greater than balance, then I can raise a general exception. Okay, I will write and I will not basically raise any kind of the prescribed exception. I will raise only the generic exception telling that I will tell that insufficient fund. Okay, I will say that this is an insufficient fund. Try to execute this. Works fine. Let us make this 130, and it gives an error telling that it is an insufficient word. This is called as this is for checking the custom business logic. Okay, let us put this back. Today we are diving into one of the most useful and interesting concepts in Python by name Python module, which play a key role in making our code more usable and organized. In today's session, we will cover what a Python module is, the different types of Python modules, how to use the help function to explore and understand the modules, the various ways to improve modules in a Python code, how to create your own custom modules, and a role of keyword main and how it helps enable safe testing in Python scripts. So let's get started and make your Python code cleaner and more efficient with modules. In Python, module is simply a Python file that contains a Python code like functions, variables, even classes. Instead of writing all the logic in one big script, you can break it up and reuse the code by importing it whenever needed. Let us understand this with a real world scenario. Let us consider that you are automating an online application. In this application, you need to automate the tasks like logging into the application, selecting a product, adding to a cart, checking out. Instead of repeating the same code in every test, you can write each of these in a separate Python file like a module and reuse them. Python supports three different types of modules. The first one is built-in module, which comes as part of Python installation like math, random, OS, etc. Second one is the third-party modules like request, pandas, selenium. They are installed via the pip install command, right? The third one is the user-defined modules. You can write your own custom modules. In Python, you can import a module into your script. So I am using a script called understandingmodules.py. You can import any module using keyword called import. So let us try to import a built-in module math, which basically contains all the mathematical functions. If you want to understand what are the functions that are part of this mathematical model, then you can use a keyword called help, and then you can pass a module name, right? And if you want to print it out, use the print keyword. Let us try to execute this, and you see the help function basically returns a list of functions and variables that are exposed by the mathematical function. Okay, so for example, if you want to use a pi variable, then you can use it using math, the module name, then you will have to use a dot operator followed by the variable or the function that you are interested in. Let us try to execute this. This basically should print us the value that is stored in the built-in variable, which is as part of the mathematical module by name pi, right? The value of pi is 3.14159, etc, etc. So the same thing we were able to print from our script using an import function. This is how basically you can import a module into your script. In case if you are interested in listing down the module that part of your Python, that is a built-in modules plus the third-party module that you installed via using the pip install command, then you can use the help command. Then you will have to pass a parameter as modules, and you can print it using print. Now let us try to execute this. This command will take some time because it's trying to gather all the modules that is part of your Python installation now. So you see, I have installed a lot of modules. For example, AngelQL, then data driver, Excel libraries, so request library, Selenium library, etc. So along with that, it will also list out all the built-in modules like math, random, OS, etc. So this command is very helpful. Let us try to understand the different ways of importing a module into a given script. Okay, the simple way is just using a keyword called import followed by the module name. For example, in our case, I will be using math, and then you can access the functions and variables within the module using the dot operator. For example, let us use square root. Square root of 4 is 2, and let us try to print this. See, the answer is 2.0. Okay, this is a simple way of importing given module using a keyword called import. So another way of importing a module is using the alias. So you'll have to use import math as m. Okay, so using m, now you can access the functions and variables within the math module. Okay, so let us use m dot py. Okay, so we'll have to basically print this m dot py. What we are doing, instead of math, we are using its alias, which is m. Then basically we are invoking the variable that is part of the mathematical model using m dot py. This is the second way of importing a module. As you know, that module contains a lot of functions. For example, if you see math here, if I try to print help of m, then it basically prints you all the functions and the variable that part of the mathematical module, right? So for example, you have a sine, you have square root, you have a remainder, you have a radian, etc., etc. And if you are only interested in a particular function, for example, I'm only interested in calculating the power, then I can basically import only that particular function. So how to do this? We can do this like from a math model, you have to import only power. Okay, then you can directly use this function as print 2 to the power of 3. You have to give the comma 2 power 3, and you will have to use the power function. Then you will have to pass the two variables, two parameters like 2 and 3, which will basically calculate 2 power 3, which is 8. Okay, so let us try to execute this. The answer is 8. So if you're interested in only importing a particular function from a module, you can do it like from mathematical model, import only a function power, and you can basically directly use this function without a dot operator here. If you really don't know which function to import, in that case you can also give a wildcard here like star. Okay, then you can use the functions directly. For example, I can use sqrt of 9. Okay, sqrt is a square root function which is under a mathematical model, and what we have done here, we have tried to import all the functions that are part of a mathematical model and try to use a square root function here. Let us try to execute this. So we are not printing it, so I need to print this, and let us try to execute this. The value is 3. These are the 4 different ways of importing it. One is a basic import like import math, another one is using the alias like import math as m, and third one is importing a specific function. For example, we imported from math import POW power, and the fourth one is importing all the functions that are part of math model. Okay, these are the four different variations of using an import keyword. Let us try to create our own custom module. During the explanation of module, I gave a real world scenario, like you are trying to automate an online shopping application, and the automation needs logging in, selecting a product, adding a cart, checkout, and etc. So what we thought is, as part of your usability and maintainability, we're going to try to write all these functionalities into a single file called as an shopping module.py, and trying to import it, import using the import keyword into our script and trying to use it. Okay, let us try to do this exercise as part of creating our own custom module. For this, I am going to create a new file, Python file. So it is not a package, it should be new Python file. I will give it as shopping module.py. Inside this shopping module, I will write all my functions. Basically, I will start with the logging in. I'll just write a dummy code, which is not an actual code. Login. It takes two parameters, username and password. Okay, I'll only do a print here. I'll just try to do a print, like we can give a format specifier, and we can tell logging with user as, then you can pass the username. Similarly, let us create another function for diff select product, which is a function which takes product as a parameter. Then again, we will try to reuse this, selecting product, give it as a product. Again, another function that we can copy paste is add to cart. Add to cart. Again, we are passing a product. I will say that adding a product to the cart. Okay, the fourth one, checking out, it's also similar. Then what you can do is checkout. I will not put any product, because whatever the product that you added to the add to cart, I want to check out all of them. Then I can say checking out all the products. Okay. Okay, this is my shopping module.py, and I want to import this custom module into my script, which is understanding module.py. So you can do this. I will use keyword like import, then I will give a shopping module. This is the name of the file without any extension. Then we can give shopping module dot login. I will give it as test tube, and password is test 1 2 3. Now let's try to add product. Second shopping mode dot add, sorry, I want to select a product. Before adding, I want to select a product. The product is like Galaxy some version X.0. Then I want to add this into, add the product, add to cart. I want to use the same product. I can use a variable. Instead of this, I can use a variable product equals to I can put the same variable here as well as here. Then I will do a checkout. Let's try to execute this. You see whatever the statement that we have given here got printed. So it's basically invoking all the functions that we have written inside a shopping module.py. So this is just a sample I am giving. If you are writing real automation code and every test case you want to select a different product, right? So you can reuse the same functions, right? You will have to import it, and then can you reuse the functions like select a product with the different product names. Now I used Galaxy. The next time I want to select an Apple product, I can pass this product, right? So this basically increases the reusability as well as maintainability. In case if you are writing the same function again and again in the understanding module.py in this particular script, and if you want to, if this functionality changes, then what happens, you'll have to go to each and every line and you'll have to change it, rather than since you are writing all these functions in a same place, in a single place, so you can go and change the function inside this particular the file, and this will be available to entire your scripts. So that is why it basically increases the modularity and help the maintainability as well. What we have done up to now is we have created a custom module by a name shopping module.py, and we have added some functions inside the shopping module.py, and then from our script we have imported the shopping module and used these functions. Okay. One thing to observe here is the location of shopping module.py is at the same level as understanding modules.py. That is our script. Okay, if you see, both of them are at a same level, but in an ideal situation this will not happen. So in most of the cases the modules can be located in different folders. Okay, let us try to create a new folder here by name utils. And did we create? No. Let us try to, sorry, not this one. Write a new directory called utils. Let us enter. Okay, and then I'll try to move this particular module inside util. Okay, you see automatically our script got changed here. So here what it has done, it has used from utils import shopping module. This is how basically you can import a particular module which is under the folder by name utils. This is one way of doing. Or if you don't want like this, what you can do generally is just use import like then utils, then you can give dot a shopping module. Okay, and then you can do it as sh. Then instead of shopping module you can use sh directly. Okay, this is by using aliasing. Okay, if you don't want to change the name here and you want to keep the shopping module as it is, okay, you don't want to use the aliasing, then what you have to do is you will have to use from the folder by name utils, import the entire module which is called as shopping module, and then basically you can try to use a shopping module, then dot operator to execute or to access its functions. Okay, this is how it works. Okay, if they are at the same level, then we don't need, we can go and use import. If they are at a different levels, still they can be easily reachable because it is still under demo folder. In such cases, you can do from utils, then import a shopping module. Now what I will do, I will go and remove these utils from the demo and try to put it outside. For that, I will go to the location of the demo folder. This is my demo folder and utils is here. I will try to cut these utils and try to place it outside of demo. And now let us see what happens. And you see the editor started throwing an error because it is not able to recognize what is utils and what is shopping module. Okay, so in order to overcome this, and basically you will have to do a small setting. Let us see how to do these small settings so that the Python basically go and recognize the shopping module. Python must always try to search a given module under the current directory. Okay, now in this case the shopping module is not available in the current directory, that is why it is throwing an error. Okay, and if it is not finding any of the module in the current directory, then it goes to a path that is contained in the system variable by name sys.path. So this is again another Python module. So we'll have to import first sys, then basically we can use all the functions that are part of this. Okay, so first it will the Python always trying to search the module under the current directory. If it does not find the module under a current directory, then it will go and search all the paths that are basically listed inside sys.path. Okay, let us try to print the content of this. For path in sys.path, then we can basically print path. Sys.path is basically a list containing the paths where the Python has to search for a given module. Okay, let us for a moment let us take this out and let us try to print this. Okay, it basically searches in the demo folder, that in the current folder, then it goes to the path where the Python is basically installed, like under the Python directory, then under DLL directory, libraries, and then site packages. Site packages where all the libraries all the modules that we install via the pip install, it goes into the site packages. Okay, now what we can do, the only way to make this function to work is to add this path, the utils path, into the sys path. Okay, this can be done using the sys path append functionality, because it's a list, so you'll have to append the path of utils into the basically into the sys.path. Let us go and do that. So you can do this like this, syspath.append, then you will have to pass the path. You'll have to pass the path. Okay, in my case, yeah, so I'll give up to demo. I think I will give up to utils because it has to search up to utils. So I will, okay, and then basically it has to search it. Okay. Okay, now let us try to execute this. So I have the path called utils. Then I think I don't need this one. I can directly import a shopping module because the shopping module is inside the utils folder. Okay. Let's go and execute this. Yes. Okay. So it executed. Okay. It executed perfectly. So, but this still shows an error. This is because our ID is not able to recognize this. Since we have added this using a syspath, our ID is not able to recognize. What I have done is I have added the path, the search path for the modules in the syspath. I did syspath.append, then the path where I can find my shopping module. Okay, that is under utils here, and it got added to the syspath, and then I just directly did an import statement, import that module, and then I am using its functionalities. Okay, this is how basically you can do this, where here basically if you see I have given the absolute path of the module. It will not work always. Okay, when you are working in a dynamic environment, so always it is better to give the relative path. Okay, the relative path of your current execution or a current working directory. Okay, or a current execution directory, you can take it, and based on that you can give the relative path for your modules. Okay, let us try to see how to do that. I have cleaned up the code, and in order to find a relative path you need to import the OS module, and under OS module you need to use the function called directory name, and this is a function os.path.directory name. What I am passing is the current file. File is basically contains a variable that contains a value of the current file. Okay. So when I this particular the function will give me the directory where this particular file is existing. Okay, so in our case the understanding modules is under demo, so I would expect it should give me the absolute path of demo, that is de work python demo. And let us go and do this. Now, yeah, so this is what we got. And if you see our, so basically we are trying to find a path for utils, right? So our utils is under the same level as demo. So currently I am in demo. So what I have to do in order to find the utils, I will have to go. So I am here. For example, I am here. In order to go to utils, I will have to go one level up. Okay. Then I will have to I can find the utils. This can be done using a double dot. So up to here we have a demo. Then we can do the double dot, that will take you up to Python. Then I have to give utils. This is something like, for example, dot slash utils. Okay, these are the two different paths. Okay, this path is up to demo, and this path is the slash slash. That means it comes to Python and then it goes to the utils folder. Okay. Comes to Python, it is in demo, it comes to Python, then it goes to the utils folder. Okay, these are the two different paths. Now these two different paths has to be joined. Okay, for that we have a function called os dot path join. Okay, so path 1 and path 2. So now let us try to execute this. So you have demo slash utils. Okay, this is still gives you a kind of a path, but you will not be able to understand this path, right? So a normal person or a layman person will not be able to understand this. So for that, again the OS gives another function called as an absolute path. The function is os dot path dot absolute path. So the parameter for this is this particular path. Okay, now let us try to execute this, and you see it gives me the path where my module is there, and it is easily understandable. Okay, so now we are able to find a path for utils. Now basically you will have to add this path into sys.path. Okay, this can be done. I already copied that code. I am trying to paste it again. This can be basically done using the sys.path.append the module path. Okay, this path will get appended, and then it will try to import, try to understand where exactly shopping module is, and then we will be able to access the functions that are inside the shopping module. Okay, we can able to access the code that is inside the shopping module. Let us go and try to execute this. See, this worked like a charm, right? So this is how basically you can include a path for the modules. Okay, if your module is defined somewhere outside of your current working directory, then you will have to append that path into sys.path, and you can do this using the os path join and os.path absolute path using this technique. Let us try to bring the module inside the demo. Okay, so what I will do, I will go inside utils, I will just copy this, I'll try to directly bring inside the demo. Then basically we don't need all of these, we just need import shopping module. Okay, and let us try to execute this. Okay, there is also another important concept within module is using a keyword called / main. Okay, so this is basically the keyword / main. We will see what is the importance of it. This is a special condition in Python that helps you to define a code that should only run when the file is executed directly. Okay, and when it is not imported. Okay, so especially when we can use this when you want to test your script. For example, you have written, let us go to the shopping module directly. You have written this particular module, right? And you wanted to check whether the code that is written inside the shopping module works fine or not. Okay, in order to do that, so what you have to do, you have to call like something like this. Okay, as soon as I put this, you see this icon has come. Okay, that means up to now that icon was not there. As soon as I put this condition, you see the icon has come, indicating that you can execute this particular script, a particular module as a standalone. Okay, now let us try to call the functions like a login. There I have to pass two parameters. I will put as a comma b. Okay, that helps you to test it. Now just I can go here and I can run, see, logging with end. Okay, so this is a special condition in Python, the main, that basically helps you to define a code that should only run when the file is executed directly. Okay, so when we import it, this file will not be executed as standalone, and when we try to use hyphen name is basically name of the function, and here it is a main. By default function is a name. Okay, so by default the function is a main. If you don't have any defined any functions, the default function in any Python file is the main function. Okay, if the name is equal to a main, okay, then then you can do whatever the operation that you want to use it here, right? So this will help you basically to debug the functionalities or the code that you have written inside your module. Okay, so this is a very important concept. You need to understand this. In this session, we will explore a very important programming concept called object-oriented programming and learn how to implement them in Python. This is what we cover in today's session. What is procedural programming? How procedural programming is different from object-oriented programming? The core object-oriented concepts like objects, classes, and constructors, creating classes and objects in Python, moving the classes into a separate file, import and use the multiple objects. Let's get started. Before diving into object-oriented programming, it is important to understand structural or procedural programming, the style used in earlier days with languages like C, Pascal, and Fortran. Procedural programming is like giving a step-by-step instructions to the computer to perform a particular task. Let us try to understand the procedural programming with the help of a real-world example. Think about cooking a recipe that gives you a step-by-step instruction to prepare a vegetable curry. It all starts with selecting the vegetables and ingredients, then chopping the vegetables, then heating the pan and adding the ingredients, and final cooking everything. Okay. Similarly, in a procedural programming, we give our computer a sequence of step-by-step instructions to perform a specified task. Let us look at this simple Python code snippet that simulates cooking a vegetable curry by following a recipe step by step. What I have done, I have written a program that contains a sequence of functions that simulates cooking a vegetable curry. It starts with selecting the vegetables and ingredients, chopping the vegetables, heating the pan and adding the ingredients. Finally it is cooking. And in the main function, I am calling all these functions in a sequential manner, like selecting vegetable, chopping the vegetable, heating the pan and cooking. Okay, let us try to execute this. So it executed in a sequential fashion. This is how the procedural program works. Here we give the step-by-step instruction to the computer to perform a particular task. The key points to remember in case of procedural programming is you write a functions, procedures or sequence of statements to perform a specific task. Here the functions and data, they are kept separate. The focus is on how to do the things, how to perform a particular task. Okay, that is the main focus in case of procedural programming. The object-oriented programming is completely different concepts compared to the procedural-oriented programming. Okay? It is all about designing your program around the real-world objects. The objects can be anything you use in your day-to-day life, like your bottles, the mobile phones, the computer, the screen, the closets, etc. So programming is basically designed around these real-world objects. Objects are defined by their properties, which are called as an attributes, and they also have a behaviors which are defined by the methods. So in a nutshell, an object is a collection of attributes and methods. Let us try to understand the object properties and methods using a real-world object or a car. A car has various attributes such as shape, color, model, and manufacturing date. These attributes describes the car. On the other hand, we can perform various actions on the car like driving it, stopping it, or honking the horn. These actions are called as methods and they operate on car's attributes. In a nutshell, object-oriented programming is designed around real-world objects. It begins with the class, which serves as a blueprint that defines the attributes and the methods that object should have. Then it creates the object, which are instances of the class. For example, if there is a car as a class with an attribute like model, then the object, that is an instance of the car, can have specific models like Toyota and Honda. Now let's try to model a car in Python. In order to model a car in Python, you need to create a class by name car. So let's see how to do it. In Python, you can create a class using a keyword class followed by a name. In our case, it is car, and then a colon, inside which basically you can define your attributes. Okay, here I will take an attribute as model of the car. I'll give a value as none for a time being. Then I will take a color, also as none. Then I will take an year of manufacturing, that is also none. Now let us try to add the behavior or a methods to the car class. So let us do this by the keyword def followed by the method name. So the first method, what I am trying to put it here, is to display the entire details of the car. Okay, and open the parenthesis. As soon as I open a parenthesis, you see a keyword called self is auto populated. Okay, which is a very important keyword in Python. Self in Python is a reference to the current instance, that is the object of the class. It allows to access the instance, attribute and the methods from within the class. It is a fundamental concept in object-oriented programming in Python. Using the self, you can access the attributes and the methods. So let us see how to do it. So inside this, you can print using a format specifier the model. The model is by using, so you'll have to use a dot operator. Self dot, you see it's automatically populated. So then you can put another print self dot color, and then you can use self dot year. Okay, so you are able to access both the attributes and methods using the keyword self. So you can also do this, for example, self dot, it also gives the method name. So it is basically used to access the class, the properties, that is attributes and the methods within the class context itself. Now let us try to add some more methods like drive, stop and honk. So I am just copy pasting a code snippet here. So what I am trying to do here is I am trying to drive, and I am printing that I am driving this model, I am stopping this model, and I am honking the horn for this particular model. Okay, and in order to use the class that we have defined, we need to create an object or an instance of the class. Object represent individual instances of the class and hold a specific data that is defined within the class. Let us go and create an instance of the class. So I will come out of the class to the main program. Here I will create an instance, an object of the class by name car Honda. Then I will use a car, that is the name of the class, and then I have to use open and close parenthesis. Okay, now using this, the object, you can access the methods as well as the properties. Let's try to do this. Now car Honda dot model. We will give it as a value as Honda. Then we can again take as a color. I can give it as blue. Then again year, that is equal to 2024. Now I can call the different methods like, so let us create some other instances. Car Toyota equals to again instance of a class car. Then I can take this and then I will have a model as Toyota. Then I will have a color as brown. Then again I have a year of manufacturing as 2022. Okay, now let us try to invoke the methods using different instances. The first one will be car Honda. I will call display the car details. I need not have to pass any parameters because it does not take any parameters. It takes the parameter itself, that is the instance of the current class. Okay, current instantiation, reference to the current instance. Okay, so I need not have to pass any parameters. That is the first one. What I will do is, second one, I'll try to do car Toyota and try to call the same function in two different. When I invoke the two different functions, the details should be different. For the first call, it should display me Honda blue and 2024. The second one, it should display me Toyota brown and 2022. So both of these, the objects are making use of the blueprint that is called as a car, but they have the different values that is filled in. So when I try to execute this, they should show me a different values. Let us go and execute this. When I called for the first time, it gave me the values from the instance Honda. The second time, it gave me the values from instance Toyota. So this is how basically you can use the multiple instances of a given class. Class is just a blueprint. You can have a multiple values that adds the different properties for the blueprint. Object-oriented program has a very important method called as a constructor. This method is utilized to initialize the object properties, and this method is invoked as soon as the object is created. In case of Python, a constructor is defined using a method called as an init method. Let us try to use this. This can be done using a keyword def followed by underscore init underscore followed by the self, then the parameters or an attributes of a class that we want to initialize. Okay, let us take them. I will give it as a capital just to differentiate. Then I will have a color. Let us make it as capital. Then I will have an year. Okay, this is also, I will put it as capital. Then inside which I have to initialize. So we can access the attribute using a self keyword. Then I can have a model equals to model. I'm just initializing, initializing it. Then I have self dot color equals to color. Then I have self dot year which is equals to year. Okay, so these are the incoming parameters for an init function, model, color and year, and I am then assigning to the class attributes, right? Okay, so this is done. So we also know that the init function is called as soon as the object is being created. Okay, so here we need not have to explicitly pass this parameter. As soon as we call car Honda as a car, then this function will be called and these values will be get initialized. So whenever we call, we need to pass these three parameters as a part of this function. So let us do this. The first parameter is Honda, second parameter is blue, and the third parameter is year of manufacture. So this avoids the additional lines here. So let us use the same thing for Toyota instance as well. Let us take this. Now give it as brown. Let us try to do the same thing for Toyota as well. Let us take Toyota, comma, brown, comma, 2022, and let us delete this. Now let us try to execute. Let us clear this. You see, this is what we expected. So what the same thing we got, right? So this basically reduces the additional line of initialization. The initialization is done inside the constructor method, which is an init method in case of Python. So far what we have done is we have created a class inside the main script, okay, and also we have created the objects and we have invoked the methods of the class in the same file. Okay, so this is not a good programming practice. In a good programming practice, what people do, they create a class in a separate file, and wherever the class is needed, they try to import that class. And what I will do is I will create a new Python file called as car.py. Always remember that you try to create a file with the same file name as your class. Okay, that is a good method of doing, good way of doing. It's one of the best practice. Now what I will do, I will try to cut this and try to put everything inside the car file. Okay, and now I'll come back to my main script. Now let us try to import our class into the main script. So in order to do this, we'll have to write from which file you are trying to import. From, I am importing the car class from the file called car.py. So I'll have to write from car file. I am trying to import a class called car. Okay. If it is really confusing you, is these two things, we can also go and change my class name. So let us go and change it as car class. Okay, go and change it as car class just for a clarity. So now I have to importing from the file car.py. I am trying to import a class called car class. Okay, and then I will have to replace all the things here. So I am creating instance or an object called as car Honda for the class car class. Okay, and then I am trying to invoke the methods. I can also invoke the other methods as well, like car Honda dot drive and then car Toyota dot honk. Okay, the important thing is how to import. So the syntax is from the file what you want to import. Okay, So let us try to execute this. Let us clear all. Try to execute this. See, the execution is completed. So this is how basically we can move your car implementation into a file. Then from your main file or wherever you want to call, you can call this the class. This increases the reusability. In our last session, we explored the fundamentals of object-oriented programming, including classes, objects, and constructors. In today's session, we will be discussing some of the core pillars of object-oriented design that includes inheritance, multiple inheritance, superclass, polymorphism, and encapsulation. Let's get started. Let's understand what is inheritance. Inheritance allows any class to inherit the properties and behaviors of another class. In a real world, it is like a parent and child relationship where the child inherits certain characteristics from the parent. Let us understand inheritance with the help of an example. Let us try to define three classes like class animal. I will not put any content for a time being. I put it as pass. Then another class as dog, again pass. Another class as bird, and then I can put as a pass. Okay, so here we are trying to make animal as a parent class and dog and bird as a child class, so that the dog and bird can inherit certain properties from animal. Okay, so basically animal can have name as a property. Let us go and define a name like using constructor --, init self, and we can also pass another parameter called as name. Then we can initialize self dot name equals to name, and then we can have certain behaviors for the animals, like animals can eat, so we can have define eat method, and we can write like this animal by name is eating. Similarly, we can have another method called sleep, animal sleeps, and then we can write another print statement like given animal is sleeping. Okay, now in order for these classes dog and bird to inherit the animal class, then we will have to pass the animal as a parameter, animal class as a parameter to the child class. Here the animal class is called as a parent class or a base class, and dog and bird are the child classes or the derived classes from the animal. In order to show that dog and bird are derived from animal class, you will have to pass animal as a parameter here, right? Parameter here, and dog can have their own the functionalities, like dog can basically bark. We can give a function as bark, and we can say that the dog is barking. Similarly, bird can fly, so we can have a method called fly. Then we can say birds are flying. Right? Perfect. Our code is ready. What we have done, we have created a class called as an base class, which is an animal class, which has a property called name, and it has two basic functions, like it can eat and it can sleep. Okay, then we have derived the dog and bird class from the animal class, which can take a base class as a parameter. Then it can has its own the functionalities, like dog can bark and the bird can fly. So in order to use these classes, then we'll have to create an object. Okay, so this is what we understood from our last class on object oriented programming. Let us go and create the instance of this class that is called as an object. We can and see here we have to pass the parameter, right? Since the animal class takes name as a parameter, I can pass a parameter as the name as buddy. Okay, I have the object now. Using this object, now I can call the functions. Let us see what are the function it exposes. You can see by default we have eat and sleep function, which is coming from the base class. Okay, so let us try to use this. Then dog dot, I can call it as sleep. Then dog has its own implementation, its own function called as dog dot bark. This is for the dog. Similarly for the bird, we can have BIRD, bird, called bird. I have to pass a name as Tweety is my bird's name. Then my bird can fly. Then my bird can sleep. So my bird can eat as well. Okay, so now let us go and execute this program and see how it works. If you see here, the buddy is my dog. It is eating, buddy is sleeping, buddy is barking. Then my bird Tweety is flying, Tweety is eating, and Tweety is sleeping. The another benefit that you can get from inheritance is an extensibility. So in a base class you have defined certain functionalities, and in the child class you can extend these functionalities. You can add extra functionalities. For example, in the base class we have added the functionality like eat and sleep, and in dog class we have added additional functionality called bark, and in the bird class we have added additional functionality called fly. This increases the extensibility factor as well. So these are the additional benefits that we can get from using an inheritance in our programming. Now let us try to understand the benefits of inheritance, why one needs to use inheritance in his programming, right? So one of the core benefits that we get is the code reusability. Write once and reuse everywhere. Okay, that we have already seen. In an base class animal, we have written certain functionalities, and these functionalities are inherited to the dog and bird, and we have reused it. Okay, that is one of the core benefits of using inheritance. The second one is the maintainability, right? For example, in future there is some enhancements that is going to happen in a base class, that then you will have to do the changes only in the base class. You need not have to worry about the classes that derive these base classes. Okay, that improves the structure of your code, the readability, and the maintainability as well. Multiple inheritance is a similar concept wherein a given class is allowed to inherit from one or more parent classes. Let us try to understand this. In this example, I will add two classes like class prey. I will give it as pass. Then I will add class as predator, then I will add pass, then I will add few derived classes or a child classes as class as rabbit. Rabbit can only be the prey, pass, then I will add class as hawk, hawk is a predator, right? So it's a predator. Then I can add another class called as a fish. Fish can be a prey. Small fishes are prey, but big fishes are predators. Now let's add some functionalities to prey and predator classes, like the prey is always running away. It tried to protect itself. So we can add a method called run away, whereas the predators are always ready for hunting. Okay. So here I am not considering any of the properties. In order to print, I am taking the class name itself, right? Class hyphen name. Okay. This is a built-in function, class hyphen name. So I will be using this property, built-in property, in order to make the printing. Okay. Now let us go and create the objects for this in order to call. So let us create an object as rab equals to rabbit, right? Now what can rabbit do? Let us search. Can rabbit hunt? No. If you see, rabbit cannot hunt. Rabbit can only run away. Rabbit cannot inherit the properties of predator. It can only inherit the properties of prey. If I try to do rab dot hunt, it will give me an error. Okay, let us try to execute this. So it says that the rabbit object has no attribute called hunt. Okay, this is because the rabbit is not inheriting the properties of predators. It is only inheriting the properties and the behaviors of the class prey. Okay. Similarly, for example, let us try to do with fish here. Fish equals to fish. Then I have to take this object and see what are the methods that are available for fish. Fish can run away, small fishes can run away, and the big fishes can hunt, right? So this is dot hunt. So let us try to execute this. You see, fish, the class, because the name, what here while printing, we are taking a property as a class name. The class name here is a fish, right? That's why it is coming as a fish is running away, fish is hunting. So fish is inheriting the properties from the two parent classes like prey and the predators. This is what we call as multiple inheritance, which allows a given class to inherit from more than one parent class. In the area of inheritance, Python uses a function called as a super function. This function is used to call a method from a parent class. So the derived classes or child classes can use a method called super to call a method from the parent class. To understand the super function, I will be using a same example that I have used in inheritance. That is, I have three classes as an animal, dog and bird, where animal class is a parent. and dog and bird are the classes which are inherited from the base class. I will modify the base class here. Rather than calling the two functions, I will have one function called as define makes sound, then I will take it from here and I can put it as this animal make sound. Okay, and for the dog class I will add one more variable or a property as a breed. So in order to define that, I will be basically using a constructor, making use of a constructor for the initialization, and I will take it as a breed, then inside which I will do self dot breed equals to breed. So I have a new property called as breed, and I will be assigning this inside the constructor, right? So if you see, my parent class also has an constructor where we will be initializing the name of an animal. Okay, so I can also do what I can also do is I can also add another parameter to the dog constructor as a name, and then I can invoke the constructor of my parent class using the function called as a super function, right? The super, then I will have to call a constructor as an init, and that takes one parameter which is a name. I can just pass this parameter. Okay, so what I am doing, I am initializing a name which is a property of my parent class. I can do so by calling the constructor of my parent class inside a child class using a function called a super. Okay, similarly what I can do is I can also do the similar thing for my bird. I can add another property called as a color, and I can do it as init, and I will pass one parameter as color, and then I can do self dot color equals to color. Okay, similarly I can also invoke a name, but I have to pass a name as a parameter here. Okay, this is how basically we can invoke our properties, right? Invoke a property of the properties of the parent class. Okay, so similarly I can also call the method which is part of the parent class using the super class. Okay, so let us try to call this using the super class, and that is inside the method of my derived class. Okay, before saying that the dog is barking, then I can say that super dot make sound, and similarly here also I can say super make sound, right? So this is I am calling the method of the parent class from the child class using a method called super. Okay, now I think these are all not relevant now, so I can have only one method called as, yeah, so here also instead of this I can write it as okay, and I will call this function, and here you have to pass two parameters. So one is the name of the dog, and second is a breed, right? Okay. The breed I can make it as German Shepherd. Okay, for a short form I can make it as German. Here I can make it Tweety is green actually. Okay, now let us try to execute this. You see, Buddy makes a sound, Buddy is barking, Tweety makes a sound, Tweety is flying. So we are basically invoking the method of the parent class using a function called super. Okay, super is basically used to call a method from a parent class. Okay, what is the advantage that super brings? It ensures the method resolution order, okay, is respected, especially in case of the multiple inheritance. It also avoids redundant code by allowing subclasses to reuse the logic of the parent class. These are the advantages that we can get by using the super function. Another important concept in case of object-oriented programming is polymorphism. Polymorphism comes from the Greek word poly meaning many and morph meaning form. In programming, polymorphism refers to the ability of the function or a method to behave differently based on the object that calls it. In programming, polymorphism refers to the ability of the function or a method to behave differently based on the object that calls it. Let's try to understand the concept of polymorphism with the help of an example. Let us consider a class called as shape. So class shape. So I will just add a pass. Then each specific shapes. So we can have the different types of shapes like square, circle or a triangle can calculate its area differently. So the circle needs radius to calculate its area, square needs length of its side, and triangle needs a base and height. Even though each shape has a method called calculate area, the actual implementation of the method differs depending on the type of the shape. This is called as polymorphism, one method name and many different behaviors. So I can make a shape as a base class. Then I can have the child classes like circle, and circle is derived from shape, and then I will add it as a pass here. Then I can have square, again derived from shape, again pass, class triangle, again shape, again pass. So I have the child classes which are derived from a base class called as shape, circle, square and triangle. Now my idea is to calculate the area. So I will have a method called calculate area, then self, then pass, so what I told, for a circle we need a parameter as a radius to calculate the area. So I will have to define an constructor init, and I can give radius, then self dot radius equals to radius. Okay, similarly I can have for a square, it is like side, length of a side, so I will take it as side only. Then I have a side, I have a side. Okay, and similarly for a triangle we need length of side and we need height as well. Okay, so I will give that ht, then length equal to length and height equal to height. Now we can calculate the area as area equal to, here I have to take it as length height. It is 0.5 times of length into height. Length into height. That is the area of a triangle. Now our calculate area function is ready for each of these three shapes. So I basically forgot to implement the return statement here. Return area. Okay. Now basically our calculate area function is ready for triangle, square and then circle. Okay. But we are missing a key implementation in Python to implement the polymorphism. So in case of Python, polymorphism can be implemented using an abstract method. An abstract method is a method that is declared in the base class but does not have any implementation. So for example, calculate area we have defined in the base class but it does not carry any implementation. Actually it is implemented inside the respective child classes and each has its own logic. Okay, so the abstract method basically forces the derived classes to implement this method, ensuring the consistent behavior across different classes, yet allowing each classes to define its own logic. So in case of Python, the abstract method can be implemented by the import statement. Here we are trying to import ABC and abstract method from ABC. Okay, and then you will have to take abstract method as a decorator and put it above the method in the base class. Okay, by doing so we will be implementing calculate area as an abstract method. The base class it does not have any implementation, but in the child class it has implementation pertaining to the having its own logic. Okay, circle has a different logic to calculate the area compared to square and triangle. Now let us go and create the object for each of these classes. So I can put it as C equals to circle. I can pass the radius as 5. Then similarly I can have square equal to square. I can pass the side as 4. Then I have a triangle T equals to, let us copy here and put it. It needs 2 parameters. The length I will give 4 and height I will give it as 6. Okay, now using this object let us try to call, or we can basically print the area. So I will use the format print and then I will have to use C dot, I have to call calculate area, but I will do it like something like this, and I can put it as area of circle is something like that. I will copy this and put it for other two. Only thing I need to change here, it is yes and it is t here, and instead of area of circle it should be square. So and here it is triangle. I think we are ready. Let us go and execute this. You see, so I am doing something wrong here. So I am just calling the method without passing the parenthesis, right? This is wrong. In such case it returns me the object itself, right? Yeah, it's also one of the good learning. So see, it basically give an object for this method, right? Yeah, it's returned that. Okay, so actual way of calling is with parenthesis. I missed that, sorry. Yeah, now the implementation is ready. Calculation is done. Area of circle is 78.53, square it is 16, and for triangle it is 12.0. So this is how we can implement the polymorphism in case of Python and using the abstract method. Now let us try to understand another important concept of object-oriented programming by name encapsulation. Encapsulation is basically a practice of hiding the internal details of how an object works and only exposing what is necessary for the outside world. Okay, so you can think of encapsulation as just as a capsule. So you really, as a user, you really don't know what medicine is inside, right? So what you do, you take a capsule and the capsule does its work. So it is made for curing some kind of a disease. So it does that work, right? But as a user, you really don't know what the capsule contains inside. Okay, it's a similar concept in case of object-oriented programming. See, encapsulation basically helps you to protect the internal state of an object from an unintended or an harmful changes. In case of object-oriented programming, encapsulations can be achieved by defining a class attribute or an class the class member, right, as an private or protected. If you saw all my examples earlier, and these are my attributes, right? So radius, the side, here I have a length and height, all these are declared as a public. Okay, so what we can do here, so we can directly go from here after you have an object, right? So I can basically print, right? I can basically print c dot the radius. I'm able to access the member or an attribute of a class outside, okay, outside of my class. Okay, so okay, this can be done when the attribute is public, but encapsulation does not allow this. Encapsulation always tells about protecting your class members. So this can be achieved by basically treating these attributes or the members of your class as a private or protected. Okay, this can be achieved by using underscore or a double underscore. So double underscore basically tells you that it is completely private, so you cannot access it outside of the class. Okay, let us try to understand the encapsulation with the help of an example. Let us try to implement an bank account class as a bank account, and this will have an constructor, and inside which I will be initializing a balance. If you see here, I am using underscore, that indicates that the attribute balance is a private. Now I am going to implement the two functions. One is called as deposit. Deposit is basically, so what I am doing is I am increasing my balance, that is my balance equal to self balance plus the amount I am going to add. Okay, and if you want to get the balance, then you can have another function like get balance. That balance basically will retrieve the balance amount. Let us try to implement another method by name withdraw. We are trying to withdraw the amount, and before withdrawing we will have to get the available balance, right? So I will get available balance as, so I can use this method self dot get balance, and if the available balance is less than the amount that is requested, then I will have to throw an exception. So I have to rise, I can give it as a value error, then I have to pass the message telling that requested amount is higher, requested amount is, we can make it a small letter, higher than the available balance. So I have to make it as available balance. If the available balance is greater than the amount to be withdrawn, then I can make it as self balance equals to the self balance minus the amount. Right? Yeah, it should work. Now let's create an object. The bank account equals to bank account. So let us check the initial balance. Print with the format specifier. I have to call ba dot get balance as a function. I can put it as balance is, but this should go inside the parenthesis. Again, I'll call that, but before that I have to add some amount. So I have to deposit an amount of 100 euro. Now I will calculate the balance. Again I will take this, then I will make it as va dot withdrawal, then I will take it as 50 euro. I will again calculate. Again now I will try to calculate the withdrawal. I will try to do the withdrawal. This time it is 150 euros, and I will try to get a balance. Let us execute this program just to check that if it is working or not. Yes, it has given a value error because the value requested is higher than the amount. Okay, that is being requested. I think there is something that is wrong. Okay, here it is saying, sorry, I was looking at the different message. The actual message is this one: required amount is higher than 50. Whatever available amount was 50, right? And then you're trying to withdraw 150, which is not allowed. So the logic is correct, but now we'll have to show what encapsulation means, right? So now let us try to, let us remove this line that causes an error. Now using the object, let us try to get this balance. access this balance. Okay, let's see what it gives. Yeah, it has given us an error telling that the attributed object has no attribute called balance. So the balance is not visible outside of the class. It is contained, it is confined, or inside the, it is encapsulated within the class. So you cannot access any private member or unprotected member outside of the class. Okay, that is basically about encapsulation. That helps in the it increases the security of your implementation. It's basically all about the protection. That brings us to the end of this session. I hope you enjoyed learning with me. If you find this video helpful, please consider liking, sharing and subscribing. Thank you for watching.